Whoops. Right, right. That's my fault. Good morning, Blanchard.
You know what I miss about old Kane? How he'd sit at that table over there, listening to us prattle on and just smile to himself, like he knew the true tale of things.
I remember. This old place won't be the same without him.
I heard about Deckard Kane. I don't know what to say. I really liked him. Used to talk to him for hours about his life and everything. Excuse me, I must have something in the eye.
Uncle Deckard is gone forever. I remember the wonderful times we had together. Always off on another crazy quest. What will I do without him? He believed the stranger was an angel, but he is only a man. I always knew they were just stories. Uncle Deckard died for those stories.
Okay.
That Kane was an alright sort. I hope you squeeze the life out of whoever killed him.
I can't believe Deckard Kane is dead. What will Leah do now? I fear this town will be lost without Deckard Kane's wisdom to guide us.
Man, they really want this to be a big moment, and it super isn't. Good morning, D20 Archon, Dream Whisperer, Yura, Roman Cure, Twister. Lol, Roman Cure. Wendy Oldbag is just, oomph. Just saying, 10 out of 10. Would bang.
Tell me more about your order. Why did they make you forget your past?
Our initiation blinds us to our sinful pasts, so that we might clearly see the future and prepare for the final battle.
I have read of a number of ways to make someone lose their memory. How does your order do it?
I was chained to a wall and beaten. By the third day I was mad from pain and hunger, and that is when the whipping began. I was told I relived all of my transgressions, everything that brought me tainted joy. The whip took away that joy, then the sin, leaving me pure.
That's... Oh, I'm sorry, but they treated you like an animal. Worse than an animal.
Don't you understand? The Templar Order is trying to protect humanity from extinction. What is my pain against that goal?
So that's, extraordinarily messed up.
May the battles never end.
You shouldn't waste time chasing women.
Waste? Time is scarcely better spent.
But you do not keep any of them.
I've only found one worth keeping, but she slipped away from me.
Still, you shouldn't bother every other woman who crosses your path.
Well, no. Sometimes they should bother me.
How did you learn to fight?
My brother taught me when we were younger. He thought the crossbow was the best weapon for me since it would give me time to run away if I botched things too badly.
Where is he now?
Oh, he's still in Kingsport. I expect he'll be there a good long time.
What in the burning hells is happening around here? First the dead, and now dark cultists?
This is not a time for mourning. This is a time to dry our tears and draw our weapons. There can be no pity for the pitiless, save redemption for those that seek it.
I've found some interesting things on my latest dig.
Ping to you, Flag Ant. Hello, Mr. Red. Hello, Loner. Hello, Dakota. Yeah, as I've already given the -4 yesterday, Kane's death just falls completely flat on every level. The best part, just to rub it in, there's a book over here that auto-IDs all your stuff. Like, now here's the thing. This is a good thing, the fact that there's this book. That's cool. I'm with it. But it sort of rubs it in, doesn't it? Because To how many players was Kane nothing more than a way to mass identify items?
If only I could control this power, I could have saved him.
Do not blame yourself. Magda is the one who must pay for Kane's death.
Magda and her master Belial. The journal speaks of an angel falling from the heavens as the shadow rises from the abyss. The stranger is the key to all of this.
I don't know if he's an angel or a man, but the sword will restore his memory.
When my power erupted, I saw into Magda's mind for an instant. She's fled to the highlands. You can reach them through the caves above Wortham. You have to know, she'll be waiting for you.
She can set all the traps she wants. It won't save her from me.
It's a good time to mention that Leah... We'll talk more about Leah as a character later. You notice she's barely a character so far. But you also have to mention that Leah's powers are the prototypical example of Because plot. Like, it's Counselor Troy from Star Trek The Next Generation. And I know what you're about to say. Doesn't Troy have mind-reading powers? No, what Troy has is whatever the plot needs for that particular episode. And that's my point. Like, you'll notice they just slide in there. I can read her mind for a second. Oh, okay, that's cool. You know, it's funny you say that, Crazy Norse, because that's extremely wrong. It depends on the episode. Sometimes she can straight up talk to someone. Sometimes she can read people's thoughts. Sometimes she can read people's emotions. Sometimes she can't read people's emotions. Sometimes she can read people's emotions from literally light years away. Sometimes she can read the emotions of someone who doesn't exist. Counselor Troy. Because plot. She's... They literally... It's one of the reasons that Troy was one of our biggest bullet points for fixing in TNG. Is because in actual TNG, Troy is primarily treated as... as the Scanner 2.0, right? If something's not working on the sensors, then they turn to Troy. And she's like, I got you. Boom, 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 boom. I'm exaggerating slightly.
This damned power I have. Uncle Deckard said it came from my mother. He tried to teach me how to control it using his Herodric training, but it never really helped. He never gave up on me, though. He was a great man.
So. Back out to Wortham. God damn it, that's the second time I've hit that. I have it. Well, we're in an avatar now. We are the Avatar. We can punch the ground.
This is a matter of honor now. We must not hesitate.
There's a lot of dead villagers around here. Jeez Louise. Well, I love spiders. Do you like spiders?
I'm so good, I astound myself.
Spiderlings alone may seem unthreatening, but their presence should be a warning for travelers. For wherever there are spiderlings, there will be matriarchs, and the fully grown arachnids are extremely protective of their young. The spiderlings themselves possess strong appetites, allowing them to do considerable harm to a cornered adventurer. The ubiquitous spider is one of the oldest and most adaptable creatures in the world. It also seems to have acquired an unfortunate susceptibility to magic. When exposed, the arachnids will increase dramatically in size and even cast spells. Due to this hazard, I recommend staying out of dark places whenever possible.
Good advice. And no, these don't bother me at all.
My queen sings to me. Her music echoes from beyond.
Okay. Good to know.
The air hangs heavy with the scent of terror. This does not bode well.
Ah, it's fine. You worry too much. You worry too much. Hello, Trihexia. Yeah, this setting is a setting where there's actually a surprisingly large amount of places you should probably avoid forever. And I do mean forever. Just no. Just no. Like, I'm fine because I'm a Death Doom Nephilim who has ultra beams of disintegrating death I can shoot out. Imagine being a person going through this cave. Just normal person, you know, walking through the cave. Just keep imagining it. Keep imagining it.
Our just reward.
It's okay, they won't come after you immediately. They'll try to figure out what you're on about first.
The light grows stronger within you.
Hello, Walker. Hello, Zach Taft. It's not bad, but not right now. Where's... One thing I like about this game is while you can play Rocket Tag, building a tank build is actually very feasible. In fact, it's arguably easier to do than to build a DPS build. Just commenting on build quality. We do actually have Hydra now, I just realized. We can start using Hydra. Let's do a couple things. So let's get rid of this and replace this with... We haven't played around with teleport yet, so we've got Safe Passage and we've got... Do Wormhole. Actually, no, that should be up 2, shouldn't it? Sorry, give me a second here. Boop. There we go. Then over on 1, we'll put Meteor. We'll do a Lightning Meteor. How's that sound? That sounds like fun. And then instead of this, we're just screwing around. We're just playing around with stuff. We'll show off the Lightning Orb of Death. And finally, what's the other one? It's Hydra. It should be fun. If you want to, go for it, Dakota. Although, so I've been thinking about grouping. I think based on the fact that most people probably aren't going to be my level, we're going to try and avoid proper grouping for a little bit. We'll do that when we're playing on our 70s, I think. Because unless you are very close to level 32, it's going to completely skew everything. And at that point, we might as well not even be, you know, doing it. But there will be a period in time we'll be playing every class at 70. So. Oh, so speaking of which, Evo actually helped me do some tests last night. So here's how cross-faction or region or whatever play works. When you're in the Battle.net app, in the, like, when you hit the play button in the lower left, there's a tiny little globe next to that. You can click that and change which region you log into. And I am, of course, on the Americas, which means if you're not, then that sucks. But that's how that works. So if you're on any of the other regions, then you've got nothing here, and vice versa. It super does not keep progress. Like, it'll keep progress in the Americas, which is dumb. We've talked about before. I'm gonna pretend we're playing as Asmodan for a second here.
By all that is holy, do you see that enemy over there?
Yeah, I do. Thanks for asking. Gonna do this. We have no defensive cooldowns right now. We got rid of them all just a few seconds ago. That's not true. We have one. We have one live ability, which we're about to use. Yeah, that's why we did that test last night, so... Blurg, as the saying goes. Like, on the one hand, it's nice that it's possible at all, which puts D3 ahead of something like, say, WoW.
A well-deserved death.
But on the other hand, the fact that it keeps track of all your stuff per region just kind of sucks. Like, it's one of those, technically you can. Sure, now there's an empowered thing, sure. By the way, although we are technically slightly higher level, excuse me, higher overall power output than we probably should be at this point in time, it's not by that much.
Disturb the eggs.
Disturb the egg. Oh, sorry. I mentioned that because we're on Torment 3 while leveling. Now, that's not always going to be a thing, but I only pointed out because it's yet another thing that they actually got right. I've heard a few people who look at... I know several people, in fact, I know someone right off the top of my head, who's looked at this game and was like, oh, shoot, I don't want to play on hard, I just want to enjoy the game. So I'm going to play on normal. And, you really don't have to. Like, it does take a little bit longer to kill stuff, as I'm demonstrating this very second. But we got this, right? We're fine. And yeah, it would be nice if they pulled, I guess it would be Overwatch was the first one. Oh no, maybe it was Heroes of the Storm. Either Overwatch or Heroes of the Storm, I forget which, it might be both. Yeah, tell me about it, playthrough. Was really good about the cross-region thing. Which is awesome. And it's funny, so we discovered this back when it used to be Blizzard Sundays, which is years ago at this point. Because each Blizzard game has slightly different rules for cross-regioning stuff. Like I just mentioned. So in WoW, sucks to be you. You need to have an account in the region in question. So like, for example, if Dakoita wanted to play WoW with me for whatever reason, Dakoita would have to buy a new copy of the game and then set that copy in the Americas region in order to be able to group with me. So that's like the worst possible situation. With Diablo 3, well, okay. Now we've got the ability to cross-region. It just doesn't save any kind of progress. So we can group together, but one or the other of us is going to be starting from scratch. Then you've got StarCraft 2, same problem. But then you've got Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm, and I forget which is which, honestly. Forgive me, it's been a while. Where you can just play cross-region, and that's it, you're good. Like, they've been getting very slowly better about it, but they haven't been backporting any of the cross-region stuff, which kind of sucks.
I used to be one of them, ordinary, untouched, until her voice came to me. Then I knew how I must serve. I must kill the one who threatens my mistress and the dark power that created her. I have been chosen.
You know, in most circumstances, I would make fun of a dude deciding to worship a spider. But actually, in the relative mundanity of this setting, it makes perfect sense. Like, look in the distance there, because that's a lot of eggs. This is not a small brood. And this is not a recent brood, either. Hey, kneel before Magikarp. So, if you're asking how is this game now versus when it came out, the answer is better in literally every way. If you're asking how's my impression gone versus, while reviewing it, the answer is so far it's actually better than I remember. Hey, Melkor.
Still waiting.
You know, I'm not going to say anything about that ending, except it's interesting to go back to it knowing nowadays. Oh, me too, kneel before Magikarp. In fact, I was bashed for liking D3 yesterday. And the day before. And the day before. I think you get
it. Help me!
Yeah, we're gonna... Maybe we should put one of those live abilities back on. So you'll notice we're starting to fall behind. By the way, notice Treasure Goblin. We're starting to fall behind a little bit. It's probably because we're leveling, and that means the enemies are leveling, but our gear hasn't changed. Like, we have not gotten any super big upgrades lately. Yeah, we'll save that. Which game would I recommend you start in the Diablo series with? It kind of depends on what you're into. Like, what you're after, I suppose I should say. Because... Diablo 1 is certainly an interesting experience from a historical perspective, and knowing where the franchise came from. But actually recommending it to play through, I have a hard time doing that. It's also much more of a horror game, and much less of a game. Which I know is a weird way to put it, but I stand by it. Diablo 2 certainly starts off pretty strong, and as I pointed out, would actually have reviewed very well if the game stopped after Act 2. But it starts to nosedive in quality pretty much from Act 3 onwards. Diablo 2 I could definitely recommend if you either have access to cheats, or you have a friend to play with. Diablo 3 I can just recommend. This is a great game. I've given it 76 positives to gameplay so far. You also won't miss anything in previous story beats, so that's cool too. We'll do that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're still in Act 1. If you're more into Baldur's Gate, then you might enjoy something more like D1 or D2. Although D1 can be a bit of a slog, and I don't want to sound like I'm saying otherwise.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, and you probably want to get the expansion with D3, because the expansion is very worthwhile. It is a definite example of expansion effect. I can't recommend or not recommend starting with D4 because I haven't touched it yet, nor do I have any plans to.
Not ready yet.
Goblin doing his job. I honestly don't know what it's called, Walker. Forgive me. I bought Reaper when it came out.
I'm badly wounded.
No, we lost him. We lost him. So someone earlier was like, can't you just keep interrupting him forever? The answer is no. As you just saw, at one point or another, they, and I believe it's time-based, they just become immune to interrupts. And they just leave. Anyways, point being, Diablo 3 is a great game. Don't know what else you want from me. If you came to this stream expecting me... I feel like I've said this before. If you came to this stream expecting me to be like, oh, this game sucks. Diablo 1 is the only true Diablo game. I got that comment yesterday. Then this is the wrong stream to come to. God damn, we're having a lot of mobs, hero/champion/boss mobs spawn this particular run. This is interesting luck we're having. funny because I've been wanting to change my build for a minute now, and it's like, well, nope. These are shielding. Shielding was much worse in launch, in vanilla. It's not as bad nowadays. Nah, don't do it, Solo Cat. This is... Hang on, I have to phrase this sentence so it doesn't sound like it's an insult. Because it's not an insult. But I gotta think about my phrasing. Give me just a second. Ooh, I was gonna give that to him, but no, that's mine. I mean, that's just... You're just agreeing with me there, Roman Gear. Yeah, where is it? Where is it? Of course, now I can't find it. Ah, whatever. I was actually going to share the specific quote so I don't misquote somebody. Like, I've heard several... Here's the kind of comment that I tend to get. Obviously, I get, you know, idiots. But every now and again, I get an actual real comment. I actually get more real comments than idiot comments. And I quote, they push it further into in D3. So they already did this in D2, but they push it further in D3 by ejecting any horror elements whatsoever and turn it into just another adventure game. So I fundamentally disagree with that, but moving on.
See those columns behind the webs? This place was built by ancient hands.
I have nothing against D3 as an individual game. I have something against it as a sequel to D1 because it doesn't do D1 justice any more than Batman v Superman does the Batman or Superman comics justice. And there's that opinion. And the reason I bring that up is because if you're trying to get into the Diablo series, to have a horror game experience, then you probably look somewhere else. Is how I would phrase that. Because it isn't. It hasn't been... I would argue D1 isn't even there, but... no, Pika, I decided not to just out of pure unmitigated spite. I would argue D1 isn't a horror game either, but even if we are to allow that D1 could be considered to be a horror game, it is absolutely a completely different style of game from D2, which is a completely different style of game from D3. All of that is fundamentally true, regardless of opinion or perspective. Then the question is whether you like that or not, or whether you prefer that in one direction or the other. But to get to you, Solar Cat Plasma, if you're the kind of person who derives enjoyment from what I would consider bad game design, then I wouldn't play D3, for example. If you're the kind of person who enjoys, I'm trying to think of an example that isn't Dark Souls. Yelling at it. Also, we've just now started seeing double suffix bosses. Probably because we're in the 30s now. Haven and Hearth. Are you familiar with that game, Solar Cat Plasma?
I am stronger still.
No, Franbow is just gross. That's different. On the gameplay axis, Franbow is a serviceable game. It was a better aspect of the game, really. Also true of Unfalkenstein, but I've been on Torment for a while now, since yesterday. Hang on. Hit the stream break. So, Fringe Philosopher. So... Why, Pika? What possible reason would there be? Well, yeah, no, you get my point, Solocat, right? Like I said, I'm trying to say this because I don't mean it as an insult. But some people just enjoy arduousness. Some people enjoy obtuse game mechanics. Some people enjoy having to use 5 different menu items to inspect something to try and guess what the item does. What do the controls have to... I'm so confused, Pika. What do the controls have to do with anything? Yeah, some people just enjoy slog, whether it's interface slog, whether it's grind slog, whether it's travel slog. I know some people, and again, no judgment, I know some people who like to play Elite, the recent Elite, whatever it's called, and just fly around space doing nothing. And that's fine, you know, no judgment. But if I was to review Elite, which I won't, by the way, but if I was to review it, it would, A, be an extremely short review, and B, would just be... Yeah, you know what? Daggerfall Realistic Travel. That's actually a good example, thank you. So, some people prefer that thing, and that's fine. But if that's what you're into, then this game in specific, which is what I'm trying to get to, is probably not for you. This game has quality of life features out the wazoo. And it is designed in many ways to try and make sure that your gaming experience has as little of that friction as possible. Does that make it easy? No. This game can be hard as balls. Does it make it simple? No. There's a tremendous amount of complexity to it. But it does mean that if that's the kind of game you're into, you're probably not going to be into this kind of game. Make sense?
By my soul!
Come on, group up, group up, group up. There you go. Good boy, good boy.
You could see me now.
Okay, now I'm going to answer Fringe Philosopher. So here's the deal, Fringe Philosopher. I see exactly what happened. So apparently it was a 6-month sub, and either nothing told me that, or far more likely, I didn't notice that it was a 6-month sub. So here's the thing. When I get the notification for a sub, it's the only thing that indicates that it's a multi-month sub is this one tiny little number, which I tend to miss because almost nobody does that. So I will add the other 5 months to that sub, which is... I can actually pull out a calculator because my brain isn't here right now. Okay. What was that towards? Resident Evil block. So that's on me. I have nothing else to add to that. I apologize for Philosopher for not noticing. Of course I do 2 base masters, but not right now and not off the top of my head. If you want me to go Google it, I could go Google it, but I'm not going to go Google it. So, 2 round Walker, a good one. Jesus Christ, the Templar's dead. The Templar's dead. The Templar's dead. I super did not catch it. Blade Travel. Give me a minute. Let's funnel a little bit here. I mean, the Nemesis system would be the big thing, but you're not asking about big things. You're asking about all the little details. The controls are different. The way that it interacts with certain loot drops and how certain abilities work is different. But again, that's all nitty-gritty stuff that I'd have to just go Google to give you a proper explanation. Okay, let's go deal with this. Ah, yes, the targeted loot system. So let me start by saying that I don't think that's a negative. However, that is interesting because nowadays we can equip the companions quite a bit, so I'll have to think about that. So it might also be a negative. I'll have to think about it because I honestly haven't. I do agree that it's a positive because targeted loot is awesome. I do prefer the WoW method where you can decide what the target of your loot is. I wonder if you can do that in D3. Does anybody know if you can do that in D3? Because that would be new if they've added that. Anyways, thank you very much, Loner. Always appreciate. Congratulations, Pillars of Snow. You should totally reference me in that. Don't do that. I can't let them know where I am. It is not 100% targeted, you're right. But it's totally targeted. That's a lot of time, Pika. That's a little crazy. That's StarCraft Block, Planescape Torment, and Conquer's Bad Fur Day. There is one other caveat for the targeting thing. One tiny little caveat.
Poor Leah. She's done so much for us, and she's lost her entire family.
She's strong. She will move on, husband. Just like we had to.
Sir. Don't say it. You were right, Aaron. If we had recruited more soldiers, Kane might still be alive.
I wasn't gonna say that. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I know you like the old man.
So we haven't actually unlocked this vendor yet, so we're going to pretend they don't exist. But I do just want to show off something. There is a method in order to go ahead and change that around. You could say like, hey, and change it from intelligence to something else. The problem is, and if you're paying attention, you already see it, I can only change it to intelligence because that's the character I'm on. So this is not a solution, and I'm not trying to say it is, and that's why it still might actually be a negative. But you can toss this on someone else because these are all account-bound items. Have them go rejigger this because the vendors are per account, and then give it back to yourself if you want to keep it to your damn thing. Too many steps in order to do it, but it is something that is at least possible. So when am I gonna see RuneScape? So RuneScape is actually on the veto list because I'd rather rip out my hair than play RuneScape, because that is a very old MMO that I know almost nothing about. Walking blind into RuneScape would probably be a multi-month adventure, which would probably cost me half my viewership because of how boring it would be. Not that I'm saying the game is boring, I'm saying that watching me stream that would be extraordinarily boring. So, probably never going to happen. I never got into, Oh no, I've got hair. It's gonna be a lot harder to rip out, though. I mean, I'm sure it has tons of lore. I couldn't tell you a single thing of it. I couldn't even tell you the name of the setting. Runeria? I don't know. I never got into RuneScape. None of my friends played it.
Has accepted me. Come close and feel her loving embrace.
I don't think I want to meet your mistress.
I mean, if you agreed with me about everything Solar Cat Plasma, then we have a problem. Yeah, just get some duct tape. I can make up lore for RuneScape. Alright, so. Give me a second. 17 trillion years ago, the ancients created the vast runic supercomputer, okay? And this supercomputer...
The light, but it turned me back.
That's nice. And this supercomputer created an entire massive simulation, which we call the datascape. But over time, over the trillions of years, those words were lost, and instead all we have left... Yeah, I bet. All we had left was the runes that build the scape, hence the term, RuneScape. And so this massive runic scape is where people are constantly in conflict with each other. They do nothing but fight each other 24/7. They don't need to sleep or eat or drink, and so they just fight. That's also because they have no senses. They have no nerves, right? So they actually can't feel anything. So, you'll walk up to them like, hey, what's going on? Bam! And you can just slug someone as hard as you want, because that's the same as saying hello. Because they don't feel it, right? There's no pain. So they're all like, behold! And they're just constantly fighting and killing each other and fighting and killing each other. But then, the Dark Times began. And the Dark Times is when someone forgot to reboot the server. like out here, the ancients who've been dead for trillions of years, forgot to reboot the server. And so, slowly, bit by bit, bits of buggy code started filtering throughout the realms. And people are like, oh my god, what is this nonsense? Fear not, I will defend it. But no hero, no massive leader or venerated warrior could stop them, because anytime anyone interacts with the buggy code, they get buggied immediately. And now they're buggy. And so they run around going, it's all extremely horrific. But it's okay, because then, finally, the one true hero is like, behold, I have the weapon that'll save us all. It's here, I actually got it right here. It's a flash drive. I've got the legendary flash drive that will enable me to go ahead and finally stop the enemy. And you have to, like, navigate as you're going through, you know, all the different corridors and labyrinths, trying to avoid the corruption, because if you get hit with the corruption, you're gone. And you have to actually make a brand new character. That's how it applies in real life. You know, every time you get a buggy character, right back to making a brand new character. So it's kind of like a permanent hardcore mode, which is, of course, awesome because old school games. But then you finally get it and you put the USB in and it's like, very well, rebooting. The whole server reboots, everybody dies, but then you get to make a new character on the second server. This is the second RuneScape. And the second RuneScape doesn't have the buggy. There you go, lore of RuneScape. Last time.
Please help me. It's horrible. She sucks the innards from her victims. Oh, no. No. It's too late. I hear her. The Spider Queen is coming.
Spider Queen?
Hi. Yeah, she's got a little health.
Need more time.
Hey, Pilot Shoss. And no. Least favorite area visually? No, we'll talk about my least favorite area visually. Give you a hint. It's gross. I'll give you a second hint. Cloudy black. But I mean, if you're looking at what's on the screen, that's not a spider. That doesn't move, act, or look like a spider. Probably on purpose. I sincerely doubt it, Pilot Shoss. But who knows? I mean, she is an excellent voice actress. It's kind of terrifying. Yeah, no, this is a monster. That's actually a good way to put this. Elden Ring. Okay. So do you want me to start with the bombshell, or do you want me to lean into the more complex and nuanced opinion? I can do it either way. I'm ambivalent. Both. I gotta do one first. I can't just be like and like say three things at the same time. Bombshell then. Okay, I didn't like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is probably the best Dark Souls game I've ever played, and I've played all of them except for Demon Souls. But it's still a Dark Souls game, and it still has almost all of the same problems that the Dark Souls series has for me. Like, good luck figuring out how to do quests in that game without a Google. Or good luck figuring out what the hell's going on with the story without, you know, going and finding someone and YouTubing it, right? Having said that, so here's the nuanced opinion. Having said that, Elden Ring did a lot right, and a lot of it was quality of life features, and a lot of it was overworld design, encounter design.
Please hurry. I can't hang here like this a moment longer. I'll go mad.
So I'm gonna leave her hanging there a while longer.
Rumor holds that Archbishop Lazarus loosed a silent terror in the caves near Leoric's manor before he died. He labored for weeks over a group of unusually large spiders, and many of his servants quietly disappeared during this time. The largest creature led the others into the caves. None who have ventured there have returned.
So there you go. There's what was being referenced earlier about this spider being here since D1. But yeah, the goat, which it's really easy to never get the goat.
Criminals treated in your land.
They appear before a magistrate, and then are thrown in prison.
How odd. In the Order, they're just executed.
Ahem. The goat is great. Look it up. There are actually, Bella. They're just up here. There's your subtitles. I know that's not really subtitles. That's just titles at that point. The goat's good. You need a walkthrough to even find the damn thing. Several of the side quests are actually pretty good. You need a walkthrough to be able to interact with them. I enjoyed most of the boss fights. In fact, I even enjoyed boss fights that other people didn't enjoy. So that's, you know, that's where the game really should shine. The open world explorative aspect was okay. It varied. Some zones were clearly better designed than others, in my opinion. And some zones had a lot more interesting stuff to navigate or explore, or otherwise to roam around. They did make getting around much better. Like, there are waypoints everywhere. And, again, you have the goat, so that's pretty cool. The lore... Lake of Rot. No comment. Yeah, some of the zones were the Lake of Rot. That's a good way to put that. I will also say that the overall story and lore of the game is more interesting than the typical Dark Souls narrative to me. You know, I did find the plot to be more engaging, but engaging is probably the wrong word. To be more interesting. It's actually about the same level of engagement for the same problem they always have. And most of the usual interface problems and the base mundane irritations that have irritated me about the Dark Souls series since Dark Souls 1 are still there. And at this point, I'm pretty sure they're doing it on purpose. At this point, I guess delivered. Will I play the DLC? That's up to you guys. I don't decide what I play. You do. The funding list exists for a reason. That's a good question, Crazy Norse. I don't actually know.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we please leave this horrible place?
Sure. I mean, part of the problem, if you could call it that, is the Act 1 of both D2 and D3 is, hey, you remember D1? Both of them do that. We're literally about to go to King Leoric's freaking castle/mansion, for God's sakes.
It was terrible being stuck in there like that. Thank the gods you came along. What are you doing out here?
I seek a man taken by the Coven.
The Coven? I saw them dragging someone into Leoric's manor house. Perhaps it was the man you seek. You might have a small bit of trouble reaching there, though. I'm not proud of this, but I stole the staff of a powerful Khazra shaman. The Khazra went mad and chased me to the caves. You can find the staff in my cart in the highlands. If you take it to the Khazra barricade, perhaps they will let you pass.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, so to answer, so Crazy Nurse is asking, why is Act 2 like the best act in D2 and D3? I think at least part of it is because of the fact that in both Act 2s, everyone involved in creative development, from visual storytelling to brickwork to actual writing to background lore to quest design, all that stuff, they were allowed to stretch a little bit. Both of them are deserts, but either way, both of them are unshackled from the problems that are in Act 1 and the difficulties of Act 3s, right? Because both games tend to nosedive a little bit when it comes to Act 3.
These lands once belonged to the Crown.
Now they belong to the Khazra. Khazra, however they keep pronouncing it.
For glory.
I mean, yeah, no, you're right. Blizzard usually does deserts and snowy areas pretty well. That is a true statement. And it's literally better than nothing.
I will use this.
It's about as good as we got here. And again, literally better than nothing.
Fine choice.
Have some junk. Okay.
Good thought.
Right. So I'm debating something. Let's do this. Oh yeah, I meant to do that too. I should probably do that.
The wither moth is a curious phenomenon. It is tremendously large for an insect, and somehow its size allows it to expel a charging force when attacked. For this reason, few have survived to study it in great detail, including many notable academics. In fact, please do not inquire further upon this subject.
Oh, there's actually a specific enemy that will probably get an individual negative in Act 2. No question. But Act 2 in general is probably where the story and gameplay come together the most in vanilla D3. Obviously, Act 5 crushes everything. Yeah, we've got the wave beam. Let's see. I keep talking up Reaper of Souls. I'm gonna laugh if it's actually not all that good. It's like, oh my god, it's so amazing. Get there. Wow, that sucks. Negative to gameplay. So we got lightning, lightning, lightning. We do a lot of lightning damage. We actually got cold and fire, but not lightning yet. Look at there. Are we fully lightning? I think we actually are fully lightning. Let's get some live back. We need to get some live back. That's actually funny you say that, Mr. Red. But that's okay. After all, we know what kind of games you like, Lotro loons. Do I have that? I do. What can we do? We do have storm armor. Ooh, no, that actually might work. What about that one? Let's actually do that. Let's do that. We'll leave that for now. Which of the Dark Souls games are my best and why? Well, since I've actually reviewed both Bloodborne and Elden Ring, because it's one of those. I'm not counting Sekiro here. So Elden Ring got a 77.66. Bloodborne got a 61.15. So there you go, Elden Ring. And honestly, I could buy that. Oh, I meant to get off that. That's terrible. Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, I changed my mind. Actually, it's not bad. We'll stick with that for now. We'll stick with that. Hey, Kemek. You enjoy the waterfall for a second? Wait, hang on. Lightning hydras, they just look cool. What do you want from me? Thank you, Kemek. Always. I suppose you know the question. No, I don't think I have. Or rather, I don't think I have post-change. I also know I haven't played with Firebird since they changed it. No, we won't kill you, Kemek.
Long ago, 5 clans of the Umbaru tribe left the Teganze and ventured north. After their transformation into Khazra, only a few elders were still able to use magic, and they passed it down to their cleverest children. These are the Khazra Shaman, and they rank among the most dangerous of their race.
We'll do that. We'll make that a live ability. Up to 3 things, Kemek. Split, or rather not split at all. At no cost is how I like to phrase that. I think I may need to turn the difficulty down. We're falling a little bit behind the gear level. Yeah, I'll just do that right now. 1 step. Boom. And I can just do that. God, I love that. Just done. Pretty good.
Slither to your death.
Yeah, it's a little more like it. That's because it is a hard negative. In fact, it's 3 solar cat plasma. Like, I don't want to sound dismissive because of how much I absolutely love this game. The always online thing sucks. I got nothing on that, honestly.
A mighty adversary is before us.
I mean, I have Kemek, but there's not much to look at yet. It doesn't come out till May anyways. It's also really small. So I'll probably buy it for my niece. If I can get a hold of one. Which I probably will not be able to.
An incredible feat.
Exactly that. Can I help you?
Your grave awaits.
Rimworld. Rimworld is on the list.
Nicely done.
It's not funded, obviously, but it is on the list. Hey, Baron.
If only they could see me now.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should probably talk about these. We've actually already encountered 2 of them. There's a couple of varieties of these.
I'm so good, I astound myself.
But all of them boil down to the same thing. DPS checks. So, you open the chest, and you are guaranteed to get the loot from the chest. Just immediately. Which is nice. Oh, excuse me. Ugh, excuse me. So you're automatically going to get the loot. But if you complete whatever DPS check it has, and again, there's a couple types, you get a second chest. Not much else to add there, but I do actually like the concept quite a bit. It's wizard only. Damn it. Sorry, I'm still a little tired today. I do apologize. What was I doing? Right. We're just going to ignore enemies for a minute. We're obviously ahead of the curve. Hello, E-Tree. And we're pretty much officially at the point where we can afford to not start sweeping. Do it, Kamek. Wait, they have pre-orders? I didn't see a pre-order option. Maybe it's not available in my country. Well, that's for a slightly different reason, Dakota. So, this may sound pathetic, but I was worried about losing people's attention. So yeah, we are going to be getting less loot and less experience. But in exchange, we won't be sitting there killing trash mobs for 10 years. God, we look so dorky. Accordance project. Well, if you click it, it should be fairly self-apparent. But the Accordance projects actually.
I'm so good, I astound myself.
It's just a public repository of several song compositions, mostly remixes, some medleys that I've put together. A lot of people requested that the accordances go live, so they're on the website.
Development.
Yeah, I do love the bonus X thing. I've already mentioned it as a nice concept, but it's also, see that little orange thing right there? Nice way to indicate it.
Thank you for helping me fight the darkness. To contend with evil is the essence of what it means to be a Templar.
There is so much more in this universe.
Ah. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna switch to that. Now we have paralysis. So there's a frost talent, a fire talent, and a lightning talent. What I love about this is each one's a little different. The frost talent, things take more damage for the duration of being chilled or frozen. Fire damage applies a burning effect, which increases their chance to be crit. And paralysis has a chance to stun them. I like that because all three of those are obviously good for damage in different ways, but all three of those are manifested differently, as opposed to just being frost damage does 5% more damage, fire damage does 5% more damage. It's not like Diablo 3 is perfect about this, but I do love how they tend to lean more towards mutators and variants in style, rather than just making something better. Now we have that ability, speaking of which, a little more useful. Yes, I actually did read it, Cord, so, hang on.
Long I have labored to master the dark arts. Now I finally reap the rewards. For Magda has acknowledged me. She promised me a special task that will bring endless glory to the Great One. I can hardly rest until she reveals it on the morrow.
Anyways, Cord, to answer you verbally, since you're right there, I will admit, I get your overall point, I don't really find myself agreeing. I don't actually think Plagueis really adds anything, both to canon and to the rewrite, especially with the shrunk timeline, because for Plagueis to even be in, because the timeline still needs some finagling in terms of specifics, but for Plagueis to even exist at the age he would need to be in order to be like a venerated dark side user, sorry, wrong word, to be a venerated Force user, he would have to have been around probably during the Mandalorian Crusade. He would definitely have been around during the Sith Empire. Now, what Takoida says is one of the ideas I was bouncing around, because we've got several characters in canon and in Legends in between Tor and the prequels, and we could just kind of smoosh them all into one if we really wanted to have a pre-Palpatine villain. That's the other thing, though. As weird as it may sound, I don't think there's really a necessary kind of Trihexia. There's not really much of a necessity for a pre-Palpatine villain, considering we're going to go almost directly from the Sith Empire era into the Old Republic era. Like there's I'm saying this wrong. There's no need for a big bad in that period. Excuse me, there's no need for another big bad in that period. In canon Star Wars, there's like 13 big bads in that period. That's because in canon Star Wars, that period of time is about 4,000 years. For us, it's probably going to be closer to 40. So... ooh. Probably yes, Christmas. What do we get? I'm not gonna like that. Sith alchemy probably doesn't even exist. That's another... That's pretty nice for us. That's a nice chunk of int. It's even a good roll on int. Look at that. It's actually a pretty bad roll on vitality. Pretty good damage. Good cooldown reduction. That's pretty good. We're gonna go grab that. We're gonna run around with an axe because this is D3 and your weapon is mostly cosmetic.
The staff is ours.
I don't eat that. That era does not exist in the rewrite tracks. Yeah, that's the simple answer there. Yeah, my loot luck in D3 so far is apparently trying to make up for all the terrible loot luck I had in 1 and 2. Because I have had some really good drops in 3. Notice the traps are getting funnier. That's the right word for that. See, I get the immediate, like, mental, you know, I don't want there to be, I don't want the weapon to just be cosmetic thing. But the more I think about it from a gameplay perspective, the more I like that. The more I tend to enjoy the fact that I can wield a two-handed axe on a mage. Rather than being like, oh, this is a nice weapon I can't equip. Dumb. And also, while we're on the topic, if I happen to really have a problem with this weapon, that's the wrong thing. I want, no, there it is. Let's see here. You know, I feel like wielding, let's go with a flaming staff. That sounds cool, right? Just have that kind of thing going on. Or, maybe, a mace. Actually, one of my favorite appearances in this game is still this thing. So we're gonna do that. Boop. There we go. Now we're wielding a giant freaking mace. Is that better?
I have some new items that I'm certain you'll love.
I get your point, though, Kamek. I just don't really think so. Loot luck. So, I've already gotten a Squirt's necklace, which has already been helpful several times. We obviously got Leoric's crown, but we also got a really good roll on Leoric's crown. We got the legendary we just got, obviously. Come on. And I don't remember what else, because I think we've already shredded everything else. I suppose we got good luck, like, right at the end of D2, when we got 2 uniques that were actually worth a damn. Right in Act 5. Do I prefer playing with companions? So I'm going to assume you mean with the Templar or the followers, in which case, no. Because I don't do that. This is the second time ever that I've played without playing with a friend. The first Leorix is guaranteed. We actually got 2 Leorix. I know, right, President?
By all that is holy, do you see that enemy over there?
I mean, if you're asking, does the weapon really matter for combat, even for melee, the answer is no. Let me explain what I mean by that slightly. It was 12 negatives, Baron, and that's the summary. So, in a game where the weapon matters, things like attack speed, and the 3... I can't remember what they're called. Thank you, Oxymoron. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for several things, and then I'll get back to what I was talking about. That's the Resident Evil block, UBC Kakarot, and the Doom block. You got it. Thank you. So, ignore everything everyone in chat's saying, because none of them have any idea what I'm talking about. In a game where your actual weapon matters, really matters, is when it's the swing. It's not funded yet, it's Act F. When the swing speed changes, when the lead-up, hit range, and follow-through frames are different, when the reach of it is different, when the attack range is different, all of the things that actually make a weapon actually freaking matter don't actually exist in most games, even games that have melee weapons and melee-centric characters in them. Because most of those things don't even exist. Instead, in most games, including ones like these, what you have is more like your throughput is changed by your melee weapon, and occasionally your animations, but not the actual, tangible gameplay element of hitting. Let me use WoW as a direct example. If you're using an axe or a dagger or a staff or a scythe or whatever, it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't change anything. White damage is white damage. It does not matter what type of weapon you have. So meleeing doesn't really exist there. Instead, what happens is what happens in most games, which is when melees are actually casters with a shorter range. Now, whether this distinction matters or not is up to you. You know, you can actually look that up yourself, Oxymoron, on the website. You can also type in !block or blocks, I forget which, in chat to get a link directly to the page. Lost my train of thought. In the overwhelming majority of games, it's substantially easier to program every ability in the game as if it's one thing, as if it functions like one thing, like a spell. And so they do. So to use Diablo 3 as the direct example, in Diablo 3, everything you do is a spell, even if it's like smash the ground or whirlwind or whatever. What you're actually doing is you're casting a spell in terms of code, in terms of design, in terms of programming. It doesn't really matter what you have equipped because it doesn't change how the spell works. Does that make sense? The distinction here is, and I'll use a direct example, if you've ever played Assassin's Creed Origins, which I know is a weird one to go for, but it's the first one that came to mind. Different weapons fundamentally change how melee works in that game. That's a game that has melee combat. Because if you have a spear, you can like map the range you can attack with that spear, especially when you do those big sweeping attacks, which have nice long reach. Or maybe you have the bow, or maybe you have a dagger, or whatever. The point being, it actually matters. Those games have melee combat. But games like this don't. Now, the other layer here, the other niggle, is how well games like this do to trick you into thinking they have melee combat. Because if I hop to my Barbarian right now, and you've never seen this game before ever, and I just ran around starting smashing everything with my giant mace, you might be, deceived, especially at a glance, or while playing it, to think, oh, melee. But it's not. Because ultimately, you are not a melee class, because no melee class exists. Does that make sense? A bit of a side trip there to try and explain that. Now, I'm not saying that's a good, bad, or in-between thing. I'm just pointing out that's how a lot of games are designed. The key, for me, is how well they do in masking the fact that such things do not exist. There is, functionally, no actual melee. I'd say D3 actually does a pretty good job of it. It doesn't do a perfect job of it because I'm a mage running around with a giant mace. Or axe, technically. But the point remains. I think it's reasonably well done.
The local Khazra tribes have become a serious threat. They attack caravans and are moving into areas where they haven't been seen before. We need you to take care of this problem for us. We'll pay 25 gold pieces for every Khazra head you bring back.
First time we've had a full bag. Anyways, all of that is a long way around explaining why it doesn't bother me in D3 any more than it bothers me in WoW.
I am returning to town.
I will admit Monk is Dakota was mentioning how Monk is worse about it, and Dakota is absolutely right. Monk is just kind of strange with regards to the appearance thing that we just talked about. Oh yeah, you can remove gems from armor in this game if you feel like it. Yeah, no, I honestly don't think it's negative worthy, so don't expect me to give a negative for it. Just something to note. Yeah, it's actually weird at which points you unlock which of these vendors, because we just have access to all of them because it's all account bound because this is a good game. But try not to use too much of this stuff until we technically have access to it. I think we're going to go get rid of this at this point too. Okay, back into it. Lovecraft Fishing Simulator. I have questions. I love how you can interrupt them. I already talked about that, but I love how you can interrupt them. In case you missed that, what he was trying to say was, to me, you beasts, let none of them touch me. Yeah. Well.
In the eastern kingdom of Khejistan, I heard rumors of Zakarum warriors called Crusaders. While the natives were most reticent, I was able to deduce that this order was founded 200 years ago, just as Rakis took his army of paladins west. But these Crusaders went east on a very different mission.
Yeah, they became Inquisitors. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hey, Taquita, have you played Shoota's Blood and Teeth yet? And follow-up question, do you plan to?
Dark Khazra magic. What base ritual is this? They won't be using this portal again.
We finished it 2 nights ago. It's pretty much a good game all the way through, except for the weird bugs. That game just has some very strange, large-scale bugs. It's bizarre.
I don't like the way that scoundrel looks at Leah.
He can't help himself. Don't worry about it.
I'll be watching him. The haunted manor. Of course they'd be drawn here.
Well, yeah, duh. It's a haunted manor. Where else are you gonna go as an evil cultist? Come on. Use your brain meats.
I like to think the world is safer now.
The reason I brought it up to Koida is it amuses me
They could see me now.
that in that game, Space Marines are either mini-bosses or bosses. Just Space Marines. They suck, too.
These enemies defy all.
You know, that's a good point, Blade Jafal. They might have whipped and beaten the brain out of him. Which is a real tactic that they actually employ.
Ah, good.
You know, I remember the first time we fought a chaplain. He kicked our ass just up and down. Like, he took us and cleaned the floor with us. All 4 of us. Yeah, then we fought a knight, and it's like, we shouldn't be able to fight that. One moment, please. You know, I feel like the roof might have caved in a few spots.
How does that feel?
The Dark Berserkers are considered weaker demons, but their strength is still far greater than that of any human. I have found dark spells within the cathedral, written in Archbishop Lazarus's own hand, explaining how to summon them. I pray that no other copies exist, so that this terrible knowledge will be lost forever.
You know, hang on. It could be argued that, okay, I'm gonna just give my opinion rather than state an objective fact. In my opinion, Lazarus is kind of a nothing burger in Diablo 1. Like, yeah, he led people to the Butcher, and then the thing with Albrecht, but that's actually kind of it. And the reason I mention that is because Diablo 3 retroactively makes Lazarus responsible for so much more. Like, he is singularly responsible for freaking everything that led up to D1. It's kind of bonkers.
There is a new piece to the game. A girl named Leah. My spies tell me she is the child of the witch Adria, who is hiding in the deserts of Caldium. Bring this news to the Master at once.
Also, I love that Leoric is so humble that he made a giant statue of himself in his own hallway.
Your grave awaits.
We have just arrived in Tristram, and I must say, I'm a bit dismayed. This place is a backwater filled with serfs and an ancient broken-down monastery, hardly fit for the King of Condorus. I cannot fathom why Lazarus was so intent on this becoming our new seat of power.
Yeah, I don't know why Lazarus would insist so much that he was able to... So, to put this into perspective, really think about this. I know this is Diablo, and not like... They don't really care about things like logistics. But think about the logistics of moving your capital in medieval era to another location. In fact, across the ocean, or across the sea, rather. Because they're from, they're from the east. And Lazarus had enough sway and pull to be like, yeah, we should move over there. We need to move to Tristram.
My studies indicate that a high-level cleric of the Zakarum named Akan began to sense the corruption that was eating away at the heart of his faith. He knew this corruption would eventually destroy his beloved church, and that he must take action. After much prayer, Akan hit upon the idea of an order of crusaders.
That sounds like a great idea. Now we get the lightning ability. We can also... Hey, at level whatever, we finally have a fire Hydra. I know. Default Hydra's fire. It's funny. What are we up to here? It's the Vuln, which is actually pretty useful. And... Wait, what? Blade Terval? Alright, hang on. You have to explain that one. I'm just joking. You don't have to explain that one. This is just something we can do now. Actually swap these around a little bit. Sorry. Still kind of playing with stuff as we go, which is very much on purpose. Let's grab that. We switched to fire, so why don't we do a little more fiery stuff? Fire's good, right? Let's do fire. And then we'll place this. Don't I have... I do not. Okay. I'll stick with that for now. We also have this ability. When I had my melee build for my wizard, this was the disintegrate I used. It was quite effective.
No mortal could slaughter our brethren with such ease.
Then die well. Lord Belial will reward your sacrifice.
He is here.
I believe it is time to kill more cultists.
That is always the time.
Prepare his demise in the depths below.
You can't hide from me, Magda.
They did horrible things to us.
They have paid for what they did to you. But there was another prisoner, a man in rags.
Yes, the man with the golden eyes. I saw Magda take him into Leoric's old torture chambers below us.
I will kill Magda for what she's done.
Okay. Whoops! I didn't mean to hit that. I meant to hit this. Then we can do this and that while in the bubble and just sort of destroy everything in our path. It's always fun. I like destroying everything in my path. Small little tidbit. I know I talked about this during the lore run, but this was the exact moment I started to really notice and appreciate the graphics of this game. Because that's the cathedral down there. The exact layout of the terrain actually fits. If you have to part and parcel it a little bit, because the game cheats with regards to its location. Because elevation isn't something that really exists in this game. But despite the fact that on the map, the cathedral's up here and we're down here, in reality land, we're actually up above looking down to the cathedral. And it's just little tidbits like that, because that also means that Old Tristram's like down there. You can't see my mouse. And New Tristram's over there, and you get the idea. It just adds a nice little tidbit of visual continuity. But now we go into the manor.
There's no disguises here.
Halls of Agony. The cults have been here for a while, so this place isn't fun. I mean, it totally is Dakota. That's absolutely correct. Which is funny, because not only is that more expensive and time-consuming than what he already had planned, but seems like a weird choice for someone from the east, who's used to the jungles.
You cannot stand before the truth!
I do too, Kamek. I think this game looks like pure dark garbage. Garbage dark. Look, it's the best looking game ever, okay? So, new enemy type. I forgot to talk about this earlier. These lovely enemies suck only if you let them finish transforming. But the moment they're on screen, actually technically the moment they're in render radius, which is just a little bit off screen, is the moment that they start to transform. If they finish transforming, they are a much higher level, harder to beat enemy.
By all that is holy, do you see that enemy over there?
Not anymore. Alright, so, pop quiz. How many of you know about loot elitism?
A fetid, pallid malaise has fallen over the manor we now call home. Young Albrecht seems to be enjoying himself in our new home, however. Perhaps I am simply suffering from an imbalance of humors brought on by the recent change of climate.
Oh yeah. Albrecht is definitely... Everything's cool. Everything's cool. So, loot elitism.
Rend the flesh from his bones.
Aw, he lived. I'm all sad now. Loot elitism. It's actually called loot snobbery. Excuse me, I keep using the wrong terms. Loot snobbery is when you start ignoring certain types of loot because it's beneath you. Now, every Diablo game, any loot game, has loot snobbery built into it. The moment at which you start ignoring blues. The moment at which you start ignoring yellows, and so forth and so on. Yeah, and if you're me, you just ignore loot in general. But no, you get my point. You get my point. There reaches a point where the old stuff is only worth looting for the sake of mulching, assuming the game in question even has a mulch mechanic. If it doesn't, then it's not worth picking up at all. The balance between loot snobbery, because loot snobbery is going to happen no matter what. Like there's functionally no way to always make loot.
I heard tales about the fall of King Leoric when I was young, but seeing it with my own eyes, it is another thing entirely.
I lost my train of thought. Excuse me. So, what I'm trying to say... Damn it. What I was trying to say is the overwhelming majority of games are always going to have loot snobbery. And that's fine and natural. That's not a problem. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I think D3 does a very good job, not only of maintaining that line pretty smoothly. You'll notice we're only just now at level 40, getting to the point where blues are no longer really worth our while. But as we progress, and to get to the point where only legendaries, and then only ancients, and then only primals, or sets, are worth our while, there's always going to be at least some value in looting stuff if you happen to care about the many things you can get from the salvage, aka the breakdown mechanic I mentioned. So what I'm trying to say is I actually think D3 does a pretty good job of it, and managing the loot snob line. By contrast, Diablo 2, which is the worst game ever made in the history of the ever. I should stop being so facetious. I've just been really prickly this week because I have been getting a lot of interesting comments this last week. Should have known it was coming. I'm covering one of the most beloved franchises, and well, here we are. But anyways, Diablo 2 doesn't manage loot snobbery as well. There reaches a point where whites become useless. It happens pretty quickly. And then you reach a point where blues become useless. It's the same thing, but unlike D3, nothing is done to ever make them really worthwhile. With, like, the exception of if you happen to be absolutely dry on gold. Because one thing D2 did was there's something called Superior, which is technically a prefix. And Superior just, I mean, increases the value of the item, so you can sell it for more, and that's cool. There's other things that doesn't matter. So, like, you can see a white and be like, aha, money! But that's it. D3 does a much better job of it, I think. And, of course, D3 has less of an inventory bottleneck, too. So that's always nice. Hi. I suppose I should let at least one of these finish so you can see the enemy I've referenced several times, and I've never let actually, manifest.
That was a worthy foe! Glorious!
There's a lot of torture stuff down here. But it's okay, because this game isn't dark. Alright. Like, this game could never come out in China. Look at all this blood. What do we got here? Oh, that's actually for you.
This will aid me.
Let's do that. Nah.
This will help.
Yeah, I was actually so. There are hundreds of people's worth of blood and torture that they've put in here. They've come up with all sorts of ways. Like, they've got a thing where they've just nailed a board with spikes in it to the wall that they can attach people to. Like, they've gone out of their way with their cruelties in this place. But that still means they need hundreds and hundreds of people to attach to the rack, so to speak, to torture. And this place is glutted in blood. Where the hell have these people come from? Like, look at this for a second. This is just a straight-up corpse pit. A burning corpse pit. Because of course it is. While we're using fire damage, you gotta add to the fire, right? That's how that works. You just have barrels, or not barrels, wrong word. Baskets full of heads. Plural. Most people don't have more than one head per, so like...
13th day of Lunasad, 1263, Anno Kyrgyzstani. The Javas burned runes into my flesh. They say all the torture and dark magic will turn us into demonic slaves for King Leoric. What foolish lies. 17th day of Lunasad. Oh, pain is terrible. I can't think. I'm so hungry. 20th day of Lunasad. Master, I hunger. Master, feed me.
That's a good point, Broccoli Soup. They're just like, da, da, da. Hang on, I need like 2 more heads. Do they have to be any specific head? No, they have to be... So I've thought about it, and I think I know what I'm going to do. This is going to be a negative. In fact, it's going to be 2 negatives. Because it's the same negative I've technically already given another Blizzard game in a previous review that's no longer valid. Gameplay and story segregation. Warcraft 3 has the exact same problem. There are large swaths of the game that are there for the purposes of being a game and completely get a...
Bravery has not wavered once. I salute you, sir.
I am simply following my destiny.
I know the feeling.
Thanks, Cormac. That completely contradict any sense of immersion or feeling like you're actually there, or just general logic, right? This is a fairly consistent problem in a lot of Blizzard games, where they make something, and it's well-designed visually, you know, it looks cool, but they're trying to get across either a point, or they're making it for certain gameplay benefits, and it makes no sense. And the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. D3 has a bunch of that.
God bless you. I was certain I was gonna die in there. I heard rumors of vast treasure to be found down here. A damn fool that I am, I believed them. Don't know why I thought it might be inside an Iron Maiden. All I could think of while I was trapped in that horrible darkness was that no one would ever know what had happened to me.
Oh, you're welcome. Now get out of here. Stop being in the flaming corpse pit. Oh, I don't have to imagine that, Mr. Red. I do like how they vary it up a little bit, so we don't just have dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. That was one thing I didn't like about D2 and D1, and a lot of games. No variety. Or at the very least, variety is the wrong word. There's plenty of variety in D2. I guess that's a form of gameplay pacing. How I phrase that. Breather periods, or just variances. And of course it's raining. Why wouldn't it be raining? Did we call that Corpse Home then, Laterville? So now to go into the manor proper.
I am Asilla, once queen to our beloved Leoric. My servants and I were consumed by his madness. Now I give you my blessing, champion, to release my people from their eternal torment.
Oh, quite a few tracks, sure. No doubt. Yeah, imagine being a ghost and having to carry your own head. What if your arm gets tired? What if you think your arm gets tired, but it actually isn't? Even worse.
Your grave awaits.
Oh god, I've lost me head! Where? I don't know! Is it during that fishing trip? Oh god, I hope not. And then it'll be like, what was that? Toy Story 3? Hang on, let me close my eye so I can see through my other eye. Oh my gosh! I don't see anything at all. Oh, that'd be even worse.
Freedom. At long last. Freedom. What? Who cares?
Thank the gods.
And of course they have to keep the prisoner's ghost here, imprisoned forever. Listen. You gotta make people suffer, okay? It's on brand. That sounds so terrible, Pancakes.
I will not stand down.
That just sounds awful. Really, really awful.
Ashan gathered the most devout, driven, and martial Zakarum adherents. He taught them to channel the power of light, in the same way that the newly founded paladins were being trained. But these recruits, these crusaders, were given insight into the primal powers of Zakarum in a way no paladin ever was.
Yeah, they're inquisitors. Let's call it the crusaders what they are. They're inquisitors. I think, okay, D2, whether it's R or the original, is a problematic game. But if you have either friends to play with or the patience to grind, I can absolutely recommend it. There's still some good stuff in there, and it's definitely worth the playthrough. Having said all that, yeah, I'd totally recommend it. Especially if you get D3 with it, because D3 is awesome.
Freedom, after so long. Freedom!
My gods! There is someone amongst us. Deal with him harshly.
That's fine. Don't worry about me. Just think of me as like a tourist. What did we just pick up? Frost Nova's up to... Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's see. What are we up to here? Okay, so let's do this. Swap our build around completely, as we like to do. If it's not obvious, I'm trying to give you all as much of a perspective on the many different types of builds as possible, as we're just kind of pushing through things here. Yeah, that's actually what I want, but it's next level. I'll leave that there so we can remember it for later. Yeah, let's switch over to... We have that yet? We do not. What about this one? Nope. Okay. Let's do... this one. I mean, signature spells for wizards... are usually more useful in late game, ironically, than they are in mid game, which is technically where we are now. Yeah, there's some really good gear and set bonuses and builds which synergize with signature spells, but they're not all that great by themselves. Oh, right, because I haven't got them. Where we are.
The right to wear a crown is granted by the light. It requires the darkness of a corrupted heart to lose it.
I don't actually remember what my build is on my main right now. We'll show it off. Like, we're gonna do that during the level 70 playthrough stuff.
I am free! Thank the gods!
Thank you, champion. My servants are now free, but the curse over this place remains. Seek the warden at the dungeon center and end his evil forever.
Oh. If it be the Queen's command. By the way, any guesses what level we're going to reach by the end of Act 1? We're kind of close, so it won't be too long.
Am I alone here? Must I do this myself? So be it. Face me, and repent your crimes.
You got it. I repent for killing you in the face.
Ah, good.
If you want to see probably one of the more messed up cutscenes in Vanilla D3.
Your grave awaits.
My lord, the prisoner is ready, as you requested.
Thank you, Lazarus. Your loyalty is invaluable in the midst of all these traitors. And you, my dear, my own wife and queen, conspiring against our kingdom.
My love, I swear, I have never betrayed you.
Lies. Until the very end.
A grim end to a noble woman. I am proud to have played my part in Leoric's fall.
It's a nice personal touch on just how messed up this whole situation really was for the people living here. I don't want to turn this into a Diablo 1 sucks comment, but one of the things I like about D3 is it's the first time I really felt the horror of the madness of Leoric. It's something that's referenced all the time, right? It's in D1, it's mentioned in D2, and it's in D3. And it's even in the manual of D1, the major part of the backstory. But this is the first time going through and seeing not only the effects of it, but reading just how bad it was for the people living here, and just how far he was willing to go. And again, seeing things like Lazarus, who has obviously convinced him, and listen to the voice acting. Lazarus is, of course, detached, because he's incredibly evil. Horribly torturing and killing people doesn't even begin to register on his radar. The king, however, is subdued, just a little quiet as he's talking, like, I never imagined even you would do this to me. And her response is, very impassioned, I have never betrayed you, I swear. Lazarus then immediately kills her, like next thing, to make sure that he has no chance to reconsider, and then reinforces the lie that she was lying. How do you say? Here, I have a chat log. Lies until the very end is exactly what Lazarus says. Lies until the very end. Just reinforcing, the lie. And yeah, all of this is just preparatory for getting Leoric in exactly the right state for what eventually would be the possession by Diablo. One moment, please. So, yeah, honestly, plus the story.
My lord's true awakening is at hand. That fool, Leoric, was only able to resist him because he did not yet possess his full power. With the Queen dispatched as a traitor, I may now devote myself fully to preparing the boy for the presence of my master.
Alright, so plus the story. Lord knows the Kane needs him. So now, 2 levels of burning torture death. We're just going to kind of sprint through here. Killing Jampines as we go.
There, a worthy foe.
Oh, our first arcane. Cute.
I'm so good, I astound myself.
So these are what happens when they actually finish being mutated. Obviously, they have higher stats and all that, but they also have a lunge attack, which you saw briefly. And they have better reach, and I think they do fire damage. I'm not sure exactly, but either way, they become meaner across the board. Lovely things, lovely things. Yeah, as weird as it sounds, I kind of wish that Halls of Agony 3 and 4 either didn't exist or were just one level.
How does that feel?
Like, I get it. It's a burning pit of torture. I get it. I get it. I get it. And this place is one of the more random of the dungeon types. There's actually several in this game. I mentioned that, where it can be pretty random when you encounter what. So the trip through the Halls of Agony can take a couple of minutes or like half an hour. Kind of depends on your luck. So we'll see what kind of terrain luck. We had consistently good terrain luck throughout D2. So we'll see.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
Ding. So we're probably going to at least hit 43 at this point, for anybody who guessed under that. What do we get? What do we get? Oh, really? Yep. So, I guess we'll put that on, since, you know, it's going to buff our Hydras, which we don't even have equipped. Stop hitting me so I can go equip Hydras. 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 Hydras? Hydras. What did we just get? Missile is up to the AoE. We'll go ahead and swap to that. We'll swap around a little bit. What are we on right now? Let's swap to this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, you can only have one armor at a time, but you can have a lot of buffs at a time, so there's kind of a give and take on that. There's the frost ability I wanted earlier. What I really want is that. Hydra. And we'll swap you in for... Do I have... Oh, I do. Yay. There we go. Let's do this one. Switch over there since we're not doing lightning anymore. I love how you can just change your build like that. Is that just me? Am I the only one who likes it?
I don't have enough arcane power.
Oh, that's expensive. Hey, we actually had good terrain luck.
Leah must be back in Tristram, crying over the old man's corpse. She'll soon have another one to cry over. Yours. Meet the butcher.
Fresh meat. Zombie flesh good, human flesh better.
I mean, I actually very unironically like this fight, especially on the harder difficulties. I should have cranked it up for this. So yeah, the retcon, for those of you wondering, is the Butcher is not an individual, it's a category, a type of demon. And as you can see, got a bit more mechanics than, you know, bosses have had up till now, which is appropriate because this is actually an act boss. This is the end of Act 1 right here.
The truth about the Butcher Demon was more startling than I ever anticipated. Evidently, there are many of them within the burning hells, though they used to be solely under Diablo's command. The Butchers are stitched together from the parts of other demons to combine their strengths, then given life through wicked magic.
So, I should probably mention, virtually every major boss fight in this game has a similar format. Nice big arena, usually with terrain that matters for the fight, like the different sections that burn here. And there's usually these healing wells, in order to give you some method of recovery other than the health potion. Which I kind of like. I'm kind of in favor of that overall. One moment, please.
I'm glad that fate has brought us together on this path.
Why is that?
You fight with both honor and ferocity. I know that a pure soul must burn within you.
Anyways, my overall point is that while this is not the best boss fight in the known history of the universe, I do actually enjoy the Butcher fight. So, plus the gameplay. Yeah, that's true. These also recharge, the healing wells do. Which I didn't know for a long time. Yeah, we'll do that. I think we have a source right now, too. We do. There's just so much blood. Where did they get all the people? Blood doesn't grow on trees, you know. Don't worry, I'll save you, incredibly mysterious stranger. Whoever you are.
I am dying.
Take your sword, Angel.
My sword. I remember now.
For some reason.
I was an archangel of the high heavens. I was the embodiment of justice. I am Tyrael.
Dun dun dun! Okay, I mean, this was never going to be a good twist. And that's the honest truth there. It was never going to be a good twist. The twist itself is kind of the problem here.
You have restored my mind, friend. And now, I remember the warning I came to deliver. Belial and Asmodan, the last lords of hell, are unleashing a tide of darkness that will drown this world. Already, Belial's shadow has fallen upon Caldium.
Belial. I look forward to killing a Lord of Hell. Should be an interesting battle.
We must move quickly. Let us return to Tristram and make ready.
Didn't we already know? I mean, thanks for the warning, buddy. So, I'm also about to give probably 2 more negatives to story. Give or take. Hey, look, there's just a pool of blood. Where's all this blood coming from?
I can tell by the look in your eye that you're not going to leave it alone. You want to hear what happened to my father?
I must admit I'm curious.
Right, well, my father tried to dispel the rumors about my grandfather. No one would listen. Then one night, a week later, crazed refugees from Tristram came for revenge. I remember my father screaming for us to get out, and nasty laughter. A lot of it. Just before justice shoved me out the window, I saw my father crawling up the stairs at me, with 2 daggers in his back, and a 3rd whipping round his throat.
You've known such tragedy in your life, my friend.
You move on. What else is there?
A very interesting take on that.
How did you become a thief?
Well, that's a long and terrible story that you wouldn't want to hear.
You found something you liked and couldn't afford?
Basically.
Maybe you should be more reasonable in the future.
Oh, there was nothing reasonable about her.
And that is how you build intrigue or interest in a topic right there. I'm sorry, I've said this before. Literally just the quality of basic aspects of writing and the side quests is just noticeably better than the main quest. Just in the little dialogue we just had with Heeman and with Lyndon. Literally, the way they talk is more like actual dialogue. Literally, the way that their sentences are structured, the way their word choices is. It's better. It's just better thought out. And it's so weird.
Do you ever doubt your choices?
Often, but I make them anyway.
Things never seem to turn out like I hope they will.
You must be bold and move forward.
Try living in the slums before you lecture me.
I have, when I was a child. Perhaps you are right.
Aha! I knew you'd need my help!
In the Yashari Sanctum, certain books were considered forbidden. No one was permitted to lay eyes on them.
That is wise. Knowledge can indeed corrupt.
No, you're wrong. One of those books held the prophecy that brought me here. Your order binds you in rules and calls you a sinner. What if you were to recover your memories and find no sin in your past at all?
I cannot lie. That has occurred to me. But if it were true, it would ruin everything I fight for. Everything.
Before we move on.
Fond farewell to our saviors.
Goodbye. Good luck in Caldium. Take care of our Leah.
There he goes.
We have more new volunteers than we can deal with, and it's all thanks to you. Be careful out there.
Where do we go next? To the Great Desert?
We go to Caldium.
Caldium? Yes, the great jewel of the East!
Caldium is a city, not an actual jewel.
I knew that.
Yeah, that's, God, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Gideon Emery.
I have some new items.
He actually voices several characters in this game. As he often does.
Exceptional.
Let's see here.
You almost make theft unnecessary.
Almost.
Ah. Suits me.
Yeah, we'll leave it with that. I think that's everything at the moment. That's good. God, it's Diablo 376, except we're actually well past 76 at this point.
Time grows short, my friends. Even now, Belial's influence is spreading through Caldium.
But how will we find him?
We won't have to. Magda and her coven will lead us straight to him.
I'm not going anywhere until Uncle Deckard's been laid to rest.
Yes, Kane deserves to be honored before we hunt down his killers.
I have called for a caravan to guide us to the east. Speak to the caravan master when you are ready to go. We will see to Kane as we depart.
Who are Belial and Asmodan?
Belial is the Lord of Lies. He desires power before all other things, and his 1,000 schemes are designed toward this end. His brother, Asmodan, reigns over the other half of Hell as the Lord of Sin. I sense his influence in this world, but I do not yet know where he will strike.
Perhaps when I kill Belial, Asmodan will show himself.
They are more rivals than allies in these days, but I pray that you are right.
Actually funny, in a setting like this, by the way, you're right, Crazy Horse. In a setting like this, properly taking care of the dead actually has a practical purpose. Because it's a way to make sure that they don't get back up again, or that they don't become twisted, or evil, or ghosts, or skeletons, or demons, or any of the 50 other things they can become. Just here, nice, peaceful rest, cool.
My friend, shall we depart to Caldium?
Whoop, whoop. Okay, that's not even close to what I wanted to happen, but whatever. It's okay, we can make it happen. Hang on. Wow, it does not want me to alt-tab while that's playing. Look at that. Ugh, alright, give me a minute. Of course, Tyrael's a giant.
It was all just stories. My uncle saw what he wanted to see.
Deckard sacrificed much to protect this world. But his work is not over.
What would you know about sacrifice?
Tyrael, the ancient law of the high heavens strictly forbids us from interfering with the mortal world. Yet you have done so, brazenly.
All I am guilty of, Imperius, is bringing justice, while you hide, cowering behind your throne.
Silence! You will now answer for your transgressions.
Of course, Imperius is the one who wields a spear.
You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. We were meant for more than this. To protect the innocent. But if our precious laws bind you all to inaction, then I will no longer stand as your brother.
You chose to be one of us.
Sacrilege.
Thus, I fell, willingly. Because humanity is the only hope for this world.
Seriously, look at the difference between the size of their hands.
I never believed all your crazy tales. Your work. You never finished. I will finish it, Uncle. I will carry on for you.
No, he does have a degree of humanity to him. He gets hungry later and doesn't understand how to eat. It's an amusing scene. So here's the deal. That cutscene is just as good as it is bad. So let's talk about this, shall we? First and foremost, Leah is extremely stupid. It's actually one of the weirdest things, and it irritates me so much because it's there for no reason. A good writing team could have made Leah be, like, angry, in denial, frustrated, pissed off. Why? Because she lost her uncle, right? She lost her adopted uncle. And that makes sense. But instead, nothing conveys that. None of the writing, none of the motion capture, none of the voice acting conveys that she is hiding from the truth. Instead, she just comes across as a moron who doesn't believe anything until she sees a vision of what we just saw, and then it's like someone hits a switch and she immediately goes from total disbelief, which is stupid, to total belief, which is less stupid. But still, the fact that it's just this very jarring, sudden, I am a true believer now, is kind of, what? Especially since it's completely unearned. So, negative. Then there's a couple of other things. The story, the cutscenes, kind of hourglass. I was actually going to talk about the programming thing in just a second. Hang on, you're getting ahead of me. You're getting ahead of me. So, the second stupid thing about that cutscene, they don't really explain it in that cutscene, really. But you're probably wondering, hold on, why were all the dead raising? Well, that makes perfect sense. After all, we've got the cult of the evil running around, and the cult of the evil was causing all the dead to rise, right? Wrong. Extremely wrong. All of the dead were rising because Tyrael was there. Because the embodiment of justice within the setting was there. And a lot of those people died badly, so because of justice, the dead rose and started what is effectively a micro-zombie apocalypse. That probably could have worked under the right circumstances, but it turbo doesn't, as is. Especially since it's barely examined. Like, nobody really bothers to pause and be like, hold up. Tyrael, did you just kill, like, hundreds of people by sheer virtue of being here? Like, that could have been... This is classic underthought. Because it's actually a talking point, and should be a talking point. It should be a character point for Tyrael to face. It should be a setting point for understanding how the fabric of the setting works. It should be a plot point, because so much of the early problems were because of Tyrael. It's none of those because underthought. So instead, it's just there. I mean, you know who Thor... It is rather Blizzard to do underthought. It's not exactly exclusive to them. So, Let's see, I think those are the two major negatives about that scene. Now let's talk about the positives. I'm not going to talk about the technical excellence because it's a Blizzard cutscene. Of course, it's technically impressive. But what I do like about it, and it's actually irritating to me how good the storytelling is of that cutscene, given how bad the storytelling is of that cutscene. So first of all, Imperius fighting Tyrael. All of that makes perfect sense. I've talked about this more extensively in the lore run. This is, of course, not a capital L lore run, so we're not going to go fully in depth into it. But since this is still a lowercase lore run, angels are essentially robotic in how they function. Actually, demons are too, technically. They're very bound in what they can think and how they can operate. And they can't really stretch beyond the bounds of this limitation, unless there's a severe exception. There have been like 4 severe exceptions over the course of the setting that allow an angel or a demon to think outside the bounds of their limitations. Even when Lilith was doing her thing with Inarius to create the Nephilim, she was still doing so as a demon. She was still doing so within the confines of that thought process, that programming is what I like to call it, because they're very programmed. They're very restricted in how they can think. VI more than AI. Same thing with Inarius. When Inarius was like, I shall do this thing and uplift everything, and I shall be the embodiment of order and good, that's still within the bounds of him being an angel. Even what Malthael does later is still within the bounds of all of that robot thing. Everything he does is very logical and within the confines of his programming. And ditto with what we just saw with Imperius and Tyrael. You'd think that the Imperius, who is, you know, the major militant Super Doom, would never raise a weapon against a fellow angel. Unless it was something that applied to the code properly. Which it did. So then Tyrael pushes back and is like, I ain't dealing with any of this crap. But Tyrael also then responds by, you're probably thinking, well, but Tyrael rejected his programming. No. What Tyrael did is absolutely within the confines of his programming. Justice. His whole thing is the totally impartial, just right there thing with regards to justice, fairness, equality, whatever else you want to call it. That's his shtick. That's his limiter, his programming. And so, in that circumstance, he saw that there was a massive injustice in what the angels were doing and what the whole of the fabric was doing. And so he did the only logical thing he could do. Ripped off his frickin' rings. And did you notice the subtle symbolism of his wings fell into the floor, and then it was his wings converted red, which grabbed him and shoved him back down to Sanctuary. Nice little touch there. I know what you meant, Boothor. And I even understand. It's probably because it's pretty much the same team doing the cinematics. They're really, really good at what they do, so I don't mind. It's the MCU question, right? I don't mind if MCU films are similar as long as they're good, the quality thing being the key thing. But that's just my opinion. Anyways, so it makes perfect sense. And then he flies down, and then horrible death happens, which leads to a negative. So what I'm trying to get across here is, even ignoring the technical excellence and the bad storytelling in the cutscene, there is still good storytelling in that cutscene, even regardless of everything else. It's almost frustrating. Considering that angels are literally concepts birthed from a spine that's left over from half of God, it also makes sense that this sequence of events would follow through the way it does. Hyper-specialization taken to an extreme and all that. Imperius, to use my own terminology, Imperius is a destroyer, not a warrior. There's something we haven't talked about in a long time. Imperius is good at wiping out mass swaths of demons, right? Like, to put it into game terms, in D3 terms, if you push 700 enemies against him, he's just gonna chip or shred to them. You put one high health boss in his way, and he's just gonna run into a wall. Doesn't matter, Dakota. Still true. He's a flamethrower. That's actually a good way to put that. Anyways, so this was Wizard. Wizard continues to be excellent. We're not done reviewing Wizard, obviously. But we're going to switch over to Act 2, which is... Who did I decide for Act 2? Because that's Act 3, and that's Act 4, and that's Act 5. So I guess we're doing Witch Doctor. No, that's wrong. Apparently we're doing Vala, my bad. Make sure we're at the right quest, which we, of course, are. And we'll crank the difficulty up, of course. So, hey, we just hit Act 2. This took some jiggering to make this work, by the way. Thankfully, because of the way that the game is designed, all the enemies in Act 2 will still be our level, aka level 4. So we can just do Act 2 at level 4.
I got some new things. You should take a look.
Let's see. We gotta make sure we're up to date here on our talking. Right here, I think?
Why did you become a thief?
Well, that's a long and
no.
terrible story, basically.
Try to be more reasonable.
Oh, there was...
Okay, so we're actually up to here.
Do you ever doubt your choices?
I have no choice.
Things never seem to turn out like I hope they will.
That's the nature of life. No use dwelling on it.
Try living in the slums before you lecture me.
You're entitled to your opinion. Were you raised as a temple?
No.
My initiate.
So we're a little bit behind on some of these, so we gotta set the
I have seen
situation here a little bit. Sorry, give me a sec, because we want to keep going with their dialogues, obviously.
I don't fully understand. And how does
I was
restraint?
Don't you
Becoming a demon hunter is not as simple as making a choice. We are survivors.
Indeed. Discipline is at the heart of all great endeavors.
Yes, it was discipline that forced me to face my nightmares and conquer my fears. I think that deep down, you fear that your order is lying to you. That you are not the sinner that they say you were. Face that fear. Find the truth.
I cannot lie. That has occurred to me. But if it were true, it would ruin everything I fight for. Everything.
Up. We're just gonna do this really quick.
One relic.
Why do you wait?
And we're gonna do this.
Who trained you?
We're just getting caught up. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. So, Demon Hunter. We don't have much going for us at the moment. We actually already have a couple of abilities because we accidentally got to level 4 just getting here. So we'll show all this off as we go. Oh yeah, hang on.
Tell me about... So you...
Yeah, caught up there.
You may know... Ah, very interesting topic. I sell jewels.
That sounds like a peaceful life.
Oh, it is. When I'm not getting robbed, of course.
Have you ever considered traveling with guards?
And scare away the starving people who steal my jewels to survive? Huh. What kind of monster do you take me for?
That sounds like a joke, but that is in many ways Covetous Shen in a nutshell.
I heard a rumor that there is a strange and mysterious jewel crafting device hidden in the aqueducts of the Daugr Oasis. I have a mind to go search for it myself. Don't worry, I won't go alone. I'm sure I'll find someone to show me around. Oh, it's even harder than I remembered, Ed. I'm afraid I'm growing weak. I need a drink and a bath. And something to keep the sun off. Or maybe just a nice, cool jewel to put on my forehead. That will fix everything.
Get it? All right. I have. Okay.
I have never been outside the city my entire life. I have never even been outside the palace. When they threw us out here, I thought I would die. I was terrified. But now, look at this view. I have never understood how large the world actually was. It is beautiful.
And despite that little tidbit of surprisingly interesting character building, it's also already building the plot better than the main plot quests will in a second here. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Horse. Several of the rich and the wealthy have been ejected from the palace. And that implies all kinds of fun stuff. Hello, Kashtar. Thank you for the sub, as always. And if you know, woo, you're on attack. If you know up to 3 things you'd like to put that towards, please let me know.
Hey, you, come here. Got some new stuff for you to look at.
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, though. I love that background, by the way. I know it's just a matte painting, and I don't care. Look at that. Also gives an interesting sense of continuity for where we are, and, you know, just that whole visual continuity thing that I talk about several times. One moment, I need to check the audit sheet for no reason. Need to be blinded by the audit sheet for a second. There we go. That's what I thought. Okay. Back to not being blinded. And no, I didn't decide which characters we're doing to coincide with the rewrite hourglass. I just kind of picked ones that I thought would be appropriate. Like, we have to do Wizard and Necromancer, or not Wizard, sorry. Barbarian? No. Witch Doctor? No. 2 of them we're doing without doing, because there's 7 classes and 5 acts. So that's whatever. One of them is Necro. We're not doing any of the classes, or any of the acts with a Necro. We also are, we also needed to have a couple of them in certain places, like the Barbarian really should be in Act 3, and the Crusader really should be in Act 4. So those 2 were kind of locked in. So, and yeah, we did Necromancer primarily last time, so leaving Necro for last, for the 70 show-off, would make plenty of sense. So that means Necro is one of the 70 ones, and those 2 are locked in. So that left us very little malleability, and for the 2 slots that remained.
Here we are. Caldium, Jewel of the East. Uncle Deckard loved this place.
He wouldn't now that it is under the spell of Belial, Lord of Lies. I can smell his stench on the air.
We'll have to separate. You 2 search for Belial, while I track down Magda and make her pay for Kane's death.
Splitting the party, especially when we don't even really have a party, is a great idea. I'm going to have to AFK for a couple of minutes here. Please forgive me. But before we do, kind of Hourglass, but not really because they haven't really been relevant yet. You know what? This is bothering me. I'm just going to go check. Okay, so it's Banrock for 3, Joanna for 4, Nazebo for 5. That's what I thought. So we're doing Witch Doctor for Act 5, which leaves Monk, it looks like? Yeah, it looks like Monk is one of the ones we'll be doing for the 70 Showcase. I mean, we're doing everything as the 70 Showcase, but the point is, there are 2 classes we're not doing quests with, and those are Necromancer and Monk. That's what I was wondering. Alright, so back to me. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. What? Already? I just...
New goods today. Please look. You won't be disappointed.
But you don't sell colors anymore.
Tristram. My family came from there. That place has had some very bad luck, hasn't it?
So, she sells a couple of things.
Tell me, guard, why are all these refugees here?
I am not a guard. I am a Shira, commander of the Iron Wolves. We saved these refugees from Magda's coven, that even now wreaks havoc throughout the borderlands.
I have been hunting Magda all the way from New Tristram. Where can I find her?
She's heading toward Alcarnus, but has blocked the road behind her. However, there is another way. Through the Kasim outpost. All of these people have fled from the cultists in Alcarnus. They are refugees far from their homes.
Why don't they go into the city, where there is more shelter?
The Imperial Guard lets no one in. These people are sentenced to a slow death.
I'm not even touching the refugee topic with a 10-foot pole. I just want you to know that.
The Iron Wolves were mercenaries, until we helped the Zakharum priests find the successor to the first Emperor Hakan. We became the Emperor's personal guard after that, but everything changed a few months ago when the first refugees began arriving. An Imperial Guard was created to protect the citizens from the refugees, while we were out in the desert fighting the Coven and their demon spawn. Eventually, they took over.
Politics. Always lovely.
Have you heard? Emperor Hakan threw his entire court out of the city. They're trapped out here with the rest of us.
There is some justice in this world, after all.
Justice? They're a load of pompous fools. But even they don't deserve what's coming tonight.
What happens tonight?
They're wearing jewels worth more than any of us see in a year. And they have to sleep sometime.
Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for disaster. By the way, you knew it was coming, and there's rarely an opportunity to gush about visuals as much as in Caldium. Just look at this frickin' place. Like, we've got arrays of jewelry on top of boards, in front of pots, before plants, which are barely kept alive with way too much water, kids playing in the streets, carpets, barrels, boxes, just giant pots whose only job is to make sure that there's some kind of plant life out in the otherwise inhospitable area. You'll notice most of those plants are in the process of dying right now. Like, you get the very strong impression just from looking at this, that this is a place that used to be extremely well-kept and fanciful, you know, prosperous, decorative, whatever you want to call it. And it's currently going through a bit of a rough patch. Literally just having hookahs out on the open street in order to not have to deal with this crap.
You'll need to follow the long road over the canyon bridge and through the Kasim outpost. We haven't heard anything from the Iron Wolves in the desert. If you make it to the Kasim outpost, seek out Captain David.
Cool, thanks. Alright, so, as I was saying...
Many of my banished peers have fled for Lut Gholen. Not I. I shall wait for our Emperor to come to his senses.
Very noble, my lady. So it has nothing to do with the last caravan leaving 10 minutes ago?
What impudence! How dare you even speak to me?
Apologies, my lady. You'd best take up your concerns with the Emperor.
Oh, the places you'll go, lady.
Alcarnus is being destroyed by the Coven. I've seen people skinned alive.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. Also notice how they bother to have... There's also a background layer back there, which shows... I don't want to say slums, but it's definitely less prosperous part of the city. And just large tarps pulled off in order to create artificial shade, because they live in a freaking desert. Yeah, honestly, most of the gameplay should probably be down there for this section of the city, but whatever. Especially for reasons that'll show up later.
The inner city is closed by order of His Eminence, Emperor Hakan II. For now, you must all remain here.
Let us in! We are dying of hunger and thirst. Can't you smell the stench of death?
The Emperor has forsaken us.
Back, or we will force you back.
Your Imperial Guard would let us die here. At least the Iron Wolves tried to aid us.
Mention them again, and I will leave your corpse for them to find.
We will die out here if you don't let us in!
Yeah, I know we're level 4, but please keep in mind that, canonically...
There must have been some mistake. I am a favored member of the Emperor's court.
Canonically, at this point, we've already, done a decent amount of stuff and taken down the Butcher. A Butcher. So, we should probably be able to push our way in through that gate.
Dead away if I stand in this heat a moment longer.
Thank you, little pixie nerd. If there's anything you'd like to put that towards, up to 3 things, please let me know.
Demons ravage the deserts! Our villages are overrun!
Life in the Borderlands was hard, but we had our dignity. We came here for help, and how do they treat us? Like animals.
I was say, canonically, although we don't really know it yet, even though they hinted at it entirely too obviously, yeah, we are an incredibly powerful individual. Something that D3 emphasizes not just in gameplay, but in the story.
Shudder, child, what is that foul stench?
It's the sewer, sir. That hole goes right into it.
I'm sure our Emperor had his reasons for closing the gates, but how are we expected to sleep scant inches from tunnels packed with filth?
A bit of advice, my lord. If I were you, I would sleep with my back against a wall.
I mean...
Don't look at me like that. I'm no common thief. I just temporarily mislaid my purse. This store's owner would be proud to let someone like me purchase his vegetables on credit. Were he here.
I've seen better games do better jobs of getting across these narrative beats. But this is still good. I absolutely love Caldium and what they do with it. It's a damn shame it's not Loot Ghislaine, because it should have been Loot Ghislaine. Horizon Forbidden West and AC Valhalla. You got it. Thank you, little pixie nerd. Like, I'm sorry, there's no real practical reason this shouldn't be Loot Ghislaine. Big, fancy, trade, desert city. That, its geography doesn't matter. The fact that we're actually all the way east, past Kurost, doesn't really matter for anything. In fact, it actually makes the geography even weirder, because... Oh, I could show you this now. Oh, no, I can't. Hang on. One moment. I gotta switch to another character to show this off. You'll do. Hang on, let's just... That's weird. Okay, we'll do it here then. Just gonna jump in here. You are now earning Paragon levels. Yeah, that's neat. Alright, so. So as you can see, here's Tristram. New Tristram. Yep, that's about where it should be. Way over here is Caldium, which probably doesn't seem like a long trip. But keep in mind, Loot Ghislaine, you can't see it, but Loot Ghislaine is just to the right of New Tristram. You see that kind of yellowish swath right against the ocean, or the sea, excuse me? That coast is where Loot Ghislaine is, and even that is a multi-day trip. So, we decided to go way over here. Sure. And after this, we're going to go up here. These are not short distances, and I know nobody thinks about geography when it comes to storytelling, but god dang it, we go. This jump at least makes sense, and then this jump is whatever. But these 3 jumps are just, huh? Anyways, Again, the real problem, though, here is the reason it should be Loot Ghislaine isn't just because the fact that we have a pre-existing desert city, which is a trade city, which has all the things that would make this work. The real reason it should be Loot Ghislaine is because there's no reason for it to be Caldium. They never do anything with the fact that it's Caldium. It has no relevance.
I got some new things.
It's just Caldium because Caldium. Like, even Ashira being here doesn't mean anything because it's been 20 goddamn years. Ashira could be anywhere in the world right now if they wanted to. But no.
All of these people have fled from the...
Okay, so I've already read all that. And that. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Emperor Hakan through his entire...
Anyways, point being, as much as I begrudge the fact that this isn't Loot Ghislaine, the fact of the matter is this is excellent visual storytelling. Excellent storytelling in general. Pretty much across the board, I'd say.
Tyrael and I learned that while the Iron Wolves were fighting Magda in the desert, the Emperor replaced them with Imperial guards who bar all from the inner city.
I suspect that the Iron Wolves were sent out to die. Belial has made his move. We must find a way into the city.
As a child, I explored Caldium while Uncle Deckard studied here. I can get in through the sewers.
Good. Learn what you can. We'll reconvene after I've killed Magda.
Be careful. Alcarnus sounds like Magda's trap.
You know what? 50 negatives for gameplay. Ashira no longer wears a bikini.
This gate leads to Alcarnus. You'll need to follow the long road over the canyon bridge and through the Kasim outpost. We haven't heard anything from the Iron Wolves in the desert. If you make it to the Kasim outpost, seek out Captain David.
Yeah, ironically, Act 1 has less reason to be Tristram than Act 2 has reason to be Loot Ghislaine, and yet here we are. Don't mistake me, I do actually think they did some good stuff with Tristram, as I already mentioned. In fact, I gave it a positive for it. So who are you?
Take heed, traveler. Cultists guard these desert roads, and they will slay any who pass.
I've heard. I traveled here to kill them and their leader.
Then you must not go alone. I shall accompany you.
So, this is one of my favorite companions.
Out there. Mirages to some. But I can see them for what they are. The Coven's foul magic. They will lead you to your death.
Thanks for the warning, but I know a trap when I see one.
For purely gameplay reasons, I do like her. But her story is probably the weirdest of the three companion stories. She's literally standing in the road waiting for us, and we'll talk more about her later, but God, we have, like, no abilities at this point, which is the point. So, okay. If there's one thing that I was inclined to give a negative for in Act 2, it is these enemies right here. These enemies are a unique problem. Because, logically speaking, they shouldn't be a problem. They should be like, okay, this is cool. We're cool. They're a randomly moving enemy that occasionally stops to shoot a slow-moving projectile at you. That should be a joke to dodge. Yet it isn't. When fighting one by itself, like I'm doing right now, yeah, sure, I can dodge their attacks. But the moment anything else gets involved in this, all of a sudden, those things start to cause issues. Hang on, it gets worse than that, because thanks to how the game calculates damage, slow-moving, easily avoidable objects, projectiles, usually do more damage than, like, a hit scan or an AoE attack or whatever, because of the fact that you can dodge it. So, those little shots hit like a goddamned truck. In some cases, they hit up to 10 times harder than anything else in an equivalent area. And yeah, as Takoida says, if you get a rift or a grift with those things, honestly, that might not be worth your time. Assuming you even can do it. Oh, and we're dead. Wow! Okay, hang on. So this is a death. This is our first death. So this is how death works. So you get a limited number of abilities to revive at your own corpse. You can revive at less checkpoint for free, or you can revive in town for free. If you revive at the corpse, you get a few seconds of invuln, basically of not existing, before you get right back into it. I have to be a little cautious because we literally have no gear.
Not enough hatred.
Oh yeah, so Demon Hunters. We've already talked about wizards and how they have the faster generating arcane power mechanic. Demon Hunters have two mechanics. They have discipline, they have hatred. These are... Hatred tends to regenerate faster, and abilities tend to generate. Discipline regenerates much slower, and you notice you have much less of it. How much you use...
They're in the rocks.
How much you use these two abilities varies very wildly depending on your build. Like, there's a lot of builds where you will never use one resource or the other. And there's also very few active methods to regenerate discipline, whereas there are quite a few active methods to regenerate hatred. I'm probably wondering, if we're having so much issues, why are we staying on Torment? It's because we really need some levels quickly. We also need some gear. So we're going to stay on Torment for a little bit and see how we can do it. If we have to, we can always turn it down. Although you'll notice we're having trouble even with just basic trash here. We might have to go buy some junk gear. In fact, let's just commit to that. Let's go ahead and buy some crap from the vendor. You notice how my basic ability there, my signature ability, does actually generate hatred. Spend it, and you get the general idea. Okay.
I need to go.
You can also craft stuff, but nobody crafts gear. Don't be ridiculous.
Returning to Caldium must be hard for you.
I told myself I'd never come back here. And yet here I am.
Because of what happened to your father?
Because of what happened to me. Some scars don't heal, and there's no point in scratching at them, is there? The weather doesn't suit me either.
I don't blame you. Although I don't mind dry heat. I know that's the old argument, but it's true. I legitimately do not mind dry heat. Okay, so highest usable. So that's what we can craft right now. We're going to make it all. Oh, I should probably... So, okay, hang on. So, crafting. Crafting is fairly basic. You can mass craft. Obviously, you have the option to craft a whole bunch of stuff there. It costs gold and materials. It tells you exactly what materials, how much gold, blah, blah, blah. But this is the important part. It tells you the required level, the range, and the properties I get. In this case, 2 random properties for that. So that's kind of how that works. We'll go ahead and immediately equip that and that. Let's see if we can make any weapons. Also, as you can see, you can sort by... We can make Wirt's leg! Ahem. You can sort by whether or not I can use it, and whether or not you have the materials for it. Like, I can make the Hallow Breach right now, because I have tons of stuff. But, we're not going to do that, because that's crazy talk. So that's actually it for the moment. So that's kind of crafting. There's actually not much else to it. It's not bad by any respect, and it's actually a great way to fill holes, especially as you're going up. I would say that crafting is only useful until you get, I'd say, up to endgame in terms of gear progression. By the time you hit 70 and start really pushing for rifts, grifts, and bounties, this stuff will be long out of date. But it's a nice hole filler up on the way up. It's also inoffensive. There's nothing really wrong with it.
I may look small, but I'll hurt you if you try to steal from me.
Jesus. Wirt, we need to have a chat with your... God, Wirt would be in his 20s at this point.
Hey, you, come
niece,
here.
I guess?
I sell things for cheap, because I will just take them off your body again when you are dead. No offense.
No, of course not. So let's just get gear. Just, honestly, any gear. Just anything here. Actually, that's a good point. There is one set which is worth a damn. I forget what's even called. It's been a while. Oh, it's right there. There it is. Doubles the amount of Death's Breath to drop. That's... yeah, that's actually worthwhile. One of the only ones that is. I don't use that because I group with people, so I don't have companions. But, you know, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm going... down here. That's where I'm going. I will admit I'll occasionally craft something for the purpose of using it in a cubic recipe, but that's kind of it. Like making a yellow to turn into a legendary, that sort of thing.
I've dug up some new things for you.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, eh?
Do you change voice actors in the middle of that sentence? No judgment, I'm just wondering. As we've mentioned, weapons are kind of cosmetic, so... Hellfire Amulet is...
The inner city is closed.
Tilnan sells only the best.
I've seen several builds that consider Hellfire Amulet mandatory. How much that's true, it's a little more debatable. Yeah, let's make sure we talk this. And since we're right here, we might as well just walk at this point. Alright, I'm ready to shoot them with my sword. You'll notice, this is something I wanted to show off. We actually cannot use the Hungering Arrow because we don't have a bow equipped. But we can throw our sword. Which I just find vaguely amusing. Just playing Edge at this point. Much more damage, so probably worth the trade-off for the moment.
Be careful. They are very near to us.
What do you mean? The road is blocked.
You should never have come. Demons will feast on your bones.
A dark coven has formed in Tristram, and I fear that their superstitious violence may damn the whole region. I discovered very little during my eavesdropping, except
My
that
hatred
the word
is
mother
too
was
low.
repeated several times in their chants. Oh well, now I journey to the safety of my home, where I may put these worries behind me.
Yep, well, don't have to worry about them there. I'm not getting any loot here. Yeah, this is the asterisk that we mentioned earlier. Your weapon doesn't matter, asterisk.
I need more hatred to do that.
Well, welcome to the asterisk. What do we just get? Oh, we got both of them. Okay.
Not enough hatred.
No, that's true. I don't have much hatred. Why the internet makes fun of me so often, I think. Yeah, Demon Hunter... So we've talked about how even a game that has nothing but good classes still has to have a worse class. Demon Hunter's probably it. That's true, Blaterfall. Demon Hunter takes the longest to really get going as a class in general. So, you know, similar to the Druid problem back in D2. And Demon Hunter tends to have abilities which probably should be X, Y, or Z, and aren't. And we'll show that off when we get to Rapid Fire.
How did you know about the ambush?
I am an enchantress. The ways of magic and illusion are familiar to me. My name is Irena.
My thanks, Irena. It seems you are doing a lot more than saving travelers, though.
Well, I am also looking for someone. But here, let me clear the way for you.
Yeah, when you get up there, Demon Hunter is awesome. Every class is awesome at 70. But that's the FF14 problem all over again, isn't it?
Captain, from behind!
God dang it.
Protect the people! Iron Wolves!
This is part of why, okay, how many of you, either yourself or know somebody, where you started a Demon Hunter, whoa, and then quit playing a Demon Hunter because of the inconsistent progression while leveling?
I need more hatred to do that.
Oh, I shall also count myself in that bundle, by the way. I didn't actually push a Demon Hunter until 2 seasons ago, so it's pretty recently, all things considered.
If not for you, the Lacuni would have eaten well this day.
Will I need to slaughter more Lacuni on my way to Alcarnus?
Ha! Those beasts are nothing compared to the cultists. They're casting spells in 2 of their desert lairs to obscure the Black Canyon Bridge.
Let us head north to the Howling Plateau. The cultist magic seems to be emanating from there.
I am returning to town.
Wizard is good from word go. In fact, Wizard actually might be the overall best designed class in the game, which is funny, because Sorceress was the best designed class back in D2. Okay, I need to check something real quick. Hey! Crossbow. I was wondering what level we could finally make a crossbow, and, well, we're there. Yay! Me.
Hey, lady, I got some new things.
Necro's interesting. We'll talk about Necro almost last. Which is funny, because we've already covered Necro, but whatever. Go for rapid fire while we're here. This is rapid fire. Rapid fire is one of those abilities that looks like it should be a lot more awesome than it is. And it kind of isn't as awesome as it should be until you get it set up right. A properly set up rapid fire is absolutely hysterical. Like, you're shooting this, and it's doing, like, piercing damage and destroying everything in its way, and the whole time, there's, like, heat-seeking missiles flying out of it, hitting everything you're not actually shooting at. But yes, rapid fire also has the problem, as Dakota points out, you're a turret while doing it, and staying still is something this game discourages heavily in everything, even just in trash design, never mind boss design. Generally speaking, the way I tend to do that is I've got the dodge, kickflip, whatever it's called. I actually can't remember what to call it right now. Vault equipped. And I rapid fire and I vault to move.
There is another illusion here. The cultists tried to hide their footsteps, but their spells are weak and easily countered. If we follow these prints, we can find their lairs and halt the rituals. I will seek out any other traces of their magic.
Now, the build I enjoyed the most for Demon Hunter wasn't actually the rapid fire build. It was the trap build. Setting up turrets was just fun.
My hatred is too low.
Damn it! Hang on. Pull up Twitter really quick. Okay. How dare you say that? I had to make that joke at least once.
I have more control now.
So we already have that. We should try up Entangling Shot, though, before we really move forward with that.
A challenge?
Oh, jeez. I don't remember if she still has the polymorph. We'll find out in a bit, because, you know. I should probably actually have a follower with me right now. It just occurred to me. I mean, I could Oculus, but what's it worth to you? Don't. I'm joking. Don't mind the shoot 'em up section here. You know, actually, hang on.
I need to go back.
Nope. Almost. Nope. I mean, don't you know someone who could just pull the trigger that quickly on a crossbow?
I need to go back.
God damn it. Why is school so expensive? Don't answer that. I actually know the answer to that. What am I doing? What am I doing? Right. Yeah, I don't think there actually is a leash radius in this game, like, at all.
Lead the way to glory.
I'm not saying that to be facetious. I literally don't think it's a thing.
Serve me well.
I have that sword. I was just using it. Like, technically, the leash radius is zone lines.
The adversary is before us.
So, that's how far enemies will follow you. If you go through a zone line, they will not follow you. So, you know, EverQuest rules. There we go. Much better. Much better. Oh, yeah, I guess I could get a pet out. Alright, just for you, Octus, but only because school sucks.
To do that.
Wait. If you publicly renounce school, Octus, I will go ahead and pull out a pet. How's that sound? But that's the requirement.
We have done it.
Oh, let's see here. Yeah, we'll pull you out.
We should pick up our pace.
Working on it. Jeez, so impatient. Cormac's like, weren't you a guy a few minutes ago? And a mage? With a different voice act? Shut up! It doesn't say. I was hoping it actually said where the pet came from. The answer is, of course, no. I have no idea where that pet came from. I don't know where any of these pets came from. Like, that one's the StarCraft 20th anniversary, apparently. I don't know what that one is, or where it came from, or this one, or... Okay, that one's BlizzCon 2015. That one's BlizzCon 2017. I think that's the Diablo 1 one. I have no idea where the other ones came from. Same thing with the wings. I don't know where I got any of these. Yeah, I don't know. That's the other thing. Seasonal rewards tend to be cosmetic, and I have done a couple of seasons. I haven't done this season yet. I'm looking forward to it, but we'll be doing that a little bit later. And by we, I mean not on camera. Me and my friends will be doing that later. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about seasons, which is one of the only times we'll actually be reviewing seasonal content. Or, to be more accurate, what we're going to do is we're going to have a discussion about whether or not we should review seasonal content, is what that actually is. Because we actually have a standard when it comes to games that have inconsistent content, like events, holidays, or things like that, and we just eject them entirely. We don't consider them in part of the review. Seasons... Well, we'll talk about it when we get there. We won't be doing that until we finish the story, at the very earliest. Fine, just for you, Shadow Machine. Whoops, wrong thing.
Look, more hidden footprints. This is one of the cultist lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
I need healing.
Ow.
The ritual is disrupted. Kill the prisoners!
Why? Like, wouldn't you want to focus on killing me? The person who's killing you?
Too low.
No? Okay.
There should be another ritual at a cellar to the east of here.
That's really gross. We're gonna pretend we never saw that.
This hero means to attack you in Alcarnus. If I were you, I would set a trap at the Kasim outpost. But I am not you. For all I know, you wish to fail me again and force me to kill you.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Him.
This hero means to attack you in Alcarnus. If I were you, I would set a trap at the Kasim outpost. But I am not you. For all I know, you wish to fail me again and force me to kill you. That would grieve me, though somehow I think I could manage it.
So, Belial has, in one sentence, gone from being, oh, wow, so, you know, a big, new, intimidating villain to, oh, he's an idiot, okay. Spoilers, Belial and Azmodan are both idiots. In lore, arguably, but also in the game. God, he totally is, Jordan. Just worthless jackass. Correct, they are the lesser evils. Literally. For those curious, yes, Belial and Azmodan are in the rewrite. Very briefly.
Not enough hatred.
Look, more hidden footprints.
Yeah, Belial, they build up a little bit better. And they do a couple more interesting things with Belial. Azmodan...
How satisfying.
Azmodan is more interesting in Heroes of the Storm. Let's just put that how that is.
My hatred is too low.
I actually rather unironically enjoy the Belial boss fight, so we'll probably be giving that some positives when we get there.
In the eastern kingdom of Kejis...
Yeah, I already heard that. The Azmodan ruin. I do like playing as Azmodan. He's actually really fun to play as.
Shade, this desert shows us no mercy. I will use this.
I should hope so. Yeah, we'll stick with rapid fire for now. Yeah, I can see that blade. Especially on harder difficulties where it is a lot easier to die on him. I would actually go so far as to say that Belial's one of the
You were ambushed in the cave. Help the others.
one of the more properly difficult boss fights in the entire game. And yeah, that can suck.
Take that and that.
There's no time to talk. My brothers need us.
Stay strong. I won't let you die while I still stand.
Yeah, you say that. Oh my goodness, this is actually extremely bad.
I'm injured. I wish I could do that.
And we're dead. Yeah, enemies that leap at you are not great for a character who's trying to stay at ranged. So here's how the revive mechanic works. So we can revive a corpse 2 more times. After that, we can't revive a corpse until I actually forget. I think it's time. Like, yeah, you either have to level or spend amount of time not being dead. Oh my god, these things suck! Holy crap! Okay, okay. really don't want to do this. But we're gonna turn it down a notch.
I wish I could do that.
Well, like I said, Lacuna kind of beautifully just completely bypassed everything I can do.
But there's no time for pleasantries. Save my men. They're scattered in this cave.
Like, did you notice they have a ranged attack in addition to a lunge?
You need your strength, soldier. And stop bleeding. That is an order.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they can be mean. The mean stuff in the desert. I actually agree with you completely about Falkenstein.
Thank you.
But I made the terrible mistake of letting you guys vote for what we played in Act 1. And that is my fault, not yours. But I should not have let you do that. I should have just played Demon Honor there.
That's everyone. Let us report back to the captain.
Everyone's accounted for. Or dead. All right, men. Finish patching up these two and let's get out of this damned pit.
Yes, sir. Wait. Do you hear that? Another ambush!
C3 also suffers from the teleporting problem. Let me explain the teleporting problem. I'm gonna give a very roundabout way of explaining the teleporting problem, okay? So forgive me for kind of rambling for just a second. So I'm currently in the middle of doing some of the hard scripting for FF2, aka, you know, actually sitting down, you know, we've got the outline, we've got the basic ideas, it's time to figure out specific events and writing, right? You know, the second to last step before we start auditions. So there's a scene where a character is on board an airship, and the party is on board the airship. The character on board the airship needs to no longer be on the airship, and needs to survive the encounter. The first thing that occurred to me, without even thinking about it, without even hesitation, was, okay, so he just teleports away. And then I immediately started, you know, mentally moving on with the scene. It's like, okay, this happens, and so on. But the problem is, why does he just have the ability to teleport? And how can he teleport, you know, these sometimes, but not other times? And what are the limitations on his teleport? And so forth and so on. And the more I thought about it, the more the fact that he could teleport out of that scene just was a giant problem for the story. This is the teleport problem.
That was a trying battle. Thank you for your help.
Anybody who's ever played Final Fantasy Tactics knows what the teleport problem is. Because in Final Fantasy Tactics, every freaking buddy just magically has the ability to go whoosh, and leave the battlefield and teleport away. It's never explained. It's never explained. They just can do that. Blizzard games have the teleport problem in spades. I noticed this first in Warcraft 3. There's a very strong tendency in Warcraft 3 for people to just teleport into a scene and be like, aha, I will now give my lines. And then they teleport out. And it's like, what? But... And the reason for the teleport problem is exactly what I just said. It's because the logic of the scene...
This is one of the cultist lairs. They are casting part of the illusion inside.
The logic of the scene gets in the way of typical blocking. You know, the idea of someone moving into a scene or someone leaving a scene, or how transportation or geography work are things that most people just find irritating to even deal with. So, the teleport problem is exactly how you fix that. You just have someone go, bzz, bzz, done. Diablo 3 also has the teleport problem. I mean, how many times did Magda just show up and be like, ha-ha! I am here to talk for a few minutes. Okay, bye. And even if it's an illusion or whatever, it's functionally the same thing. And it's not like she's the only one who does that. at least Warcraft 3 had the Raven Medivh thing, which not only made sense, but was actually a brilliant way to solve the teleport problem. Because he can friggin' fly. You can just... Yet Mass Effect said this isn't just systemic to Blizzard games, or even, you know, tactics games. Like, as Kara White Noise points out, Mass Effect had a bit of the teleport problem, Mass Effect 2 specifically, but the way they solved it was by have Harbinger capable of just beaming in and taking direct control, and so forth and so on. Like, there's plenty of ways to do that, and solve that, it's just most games don't. They just have people kind of enter a scene and then leave a scene. Now, ironically, while I do dislike the teleport, you know, just people teleporting in and out, I'll take that over the opposite, which is severe cutscene incompetence. Because one of the alternatives...
There. That ought to dispel the Coven's magic. Let us go to the bridge.
...is to literally just have a thing where someone shows up and is like, "Mwahaha! I will kill all your friends and family," and then just walk away while we watch them going, grrr. And let me tell you, plenty of games do that, too. Darn them, as I watch them slowly walk away. Excuse me.
Belial, Lord of Lies, is the most elusive of the 7 evils, and is a master of deceit. It is said that he manipulated Asmodan into revolt against the Prime Evils. This began the Burning Hell's civil war, which ended with the dark exile of the Prime Evils to our mortal realm.
I'd lost all hope.
Thank you, hero. Akarat bless you.
Akarat is voiced by my sister in the rewrite. Akarat was originally a guy, and was supposed to be voiced by Lord Reloaded.
What shall you do when Magda is dead?
I will kill her master Belial and his brother Asmodan. The long shadows of the Lords of Hell will be lifted from this world.
How curious. You must be the one I was meant to find here.
But Lord Reloaded was unavailable for voice acting. And I wanted my sister to do it anyways because she's been in, like, everything I've ever done, voice acting-wise. And I was like, "Hey, sis, can you do this?" I just, you know, gave her the direction and told her how to voice it and all that fun stuff. And then it took us, like, 15 takes to get it, but, you know, we did it. We did it.
I am your foe.
Yes, yes. Look at him, not me. Do not look at me. I am not here. We're not up to date. What do we get? Smoke screen. That's better than caltrops. Caltrops are kind of junk at this point.
Always wanted to fight some of these.
Not enough discipline.
Oh yeah, and she's very, very pasty, which makes sense since she's been sealed in a tomb for a while. I mean, considering how she just kind of walks in our path and is like, "Hey, I'm here to help you." Yeah, no, my first thought was, "Oh, okay, so you're a demon. Or a cultist, or Magda." That is a level 8 legendary that just dropped. And I'll give you 2 guesses which one it is.
I need to go back.
Now, for the sake of speeding this up a little bit, we're going to go ahead and put a diamond in here. Nope, not a diamond. I'm wrong. What am I putting in here? A ruby. Sorry, we're putting a ruby in here. There we go. Boop. Sorry, Von Falkenstein. You asked that earlier, and I even saw the question. And I answered you in my head. The answer was, nope. In fact, I don't even remember what that franchise is off the top of my head, but it looks like you killed the bot, so that's cool. What happened to you, bot? Come on. I think you're right, Leitchaval. Listen, Irregular Hunter, you have to understand it has to be online because Quantum.
My hatred is too low.
Damn it, woman, I get it. What's Vandal Hearts on, out of curiosity? I'm guessing PS2, because if it's a franchise I've never even heard of, it's probably PlayStation.
For you to know my true tale.
You have a tail? Okay.
I am not from Caldium. I learned these spells 1,500 years ago. My sisters and I pledged our service to a man of great power. We called him the Prophet. He trained us and placed us in a magical slumber to awaken in this era. I am to prevent the Lords of Hell from invading.
I would scarcely believe it if I hadn't seen your spells with my own eyes. You must have waited for this even longer than I have. Please, join me.
That sounds horrible, Crazinors. I mean, wonderful, amazing, but horrible. Badass in a can, yeah.
The Kasim outpost can't be far. The hounds are distracted. They will take no notice of me.
This is just bodies piled in a frick. What in God's name? Oh, hey, we have Vault now. Which is this. So you're already probably noticing one of the key problems with Demon Hunter compared to Wizard. It is, in fact, the exact same problem that we were having with Druid. While eventually we will get some AoE potential, in a game that has this much in terms of large-scale enemies, even early on, we have very little AoE. Even the machine gun isn't actually an AoE. In fact, it's not even, I don't even know what I'm saying, it's not even technically an AoE.
First time in Kyrgyzstan?
Yes. I rarely ventured beyond the bounds of Westmarch in my younger years. After the Order took me in, I had little need to travel.
Please, take this for saving me. It is the least I can do.
To save that guy. Obviously, Saffron. Are you just gonna leave him there? What's wrong with you? Yeah, Dakota is correct. It's
May be strong,
it's
but I will not stand down.
It's not as bad as Druid, as I've already mentioned. And the worst class of a bunch of good classes is still a good class. But like I said, there's a reason I put down Demon Hunter for literal years before I finally bothered to actually level one. As Dakota mentioned earlier, there's also a more vague, hard-to-define problem with Demon Hunter. It just doesn't have the identity the other classes do. Every other class feels very strongly like that class, whether they play that way or not. Whether the core fundamental mechanics are all that different between them. A Barbarian does not feel like a Crusader, does not feel like you know, a wizard who does not feel like a witch doctor, and so forth and so on. They all have a ephemeral identity to them. Demon Hunter...
This is no illusion. The cultists block the road. I'll have to go through the Kasim outpost to the west.
Kinda does. I'm not going to comment on the fact that we have plenty of ways to get through that barrier. Also notice we're fighting Fallen again, although they're a little more threatening this time around. That would actually be hysterical. It's like, no, I think I'm gonna go over the barrier.
More hatred to do that.
And the cultists are like, oh crap, they're here, run, run!
I have more control now.
As it should be. We don't have the chakrams yet. I already looked on Falkenstein 5 seconds ago, but now...
A worthy choice.
What did we just pick up? Yeah, we'll go with that for right now. When do we get chakrams? We get chakrams at 12. It'd be interesting to compare when each class gets their respective earliest AoEs. I'm pretty sure Wizard gets theirs about like 5. I know Barbarian gets it at like 2. Necro gets it right off the bat too. Yeah, we've got this little toy crossbow going on. Whoops. Also, I'm just going to pause for a moment. I want you to... Here, we'll really make the point here, okay? There we go. Other than that corpse on the right, ignore the corpse. There we go, perfect. You see that screen? That is nothing but desert. This may sound like a weird thing to praise, but credit where credit is due. Deserts are harder to make look good than they sound. We actually talked about this when we were going through Tor. Remember when we were going through Tatooine? Tatooine in Tor looks boring. It looks dull and flat and pointless and empty. Like, every time I go to Tatooine, it looks... ugh. It is harder than it sounds to make a desert look good. But I want you to look at the screen right here, because I specifically picked this spot, because there's nothing on the screen but sand. We don't have the terrain, or the cliff sides, or the edge, or the buildings, or the mountains, or anything else to really flesh this out. What we have here is some excellent visual design. The cracks, the spread... It's not just the fact that there's, like, sand... which is spread over part of it, but the sand is spreading in patterns. You can actually see the waves where the wind has slowly drifted the sand over the rock. We've got the airborne grit and sand, which is helping to actually sell the overall aesthetic. We've got the excellent texture work underneath us. There's actual patterns to it, like it's going up there and then over there. This part is straighter because there's nothing in the way up there. We've got little bits of rocks and pebbles in the way. It's just, once again... wonderful, wonderful brickwork. Ironically, Yura just reminded me of it. Yura was like, this area looks like crap. And I was like, oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Plus to story. Don't worry, Act 2 in this game is not just deserts. Yeah, this isn't as good as they can do with desert design, because this is functionally not a 3D area. If you want to see really well-designed Blizzard deserts, you gotta go into WoW. And then you got, you know, stuff like this with the canyons, little bits of foliage clinging to the rocks for I can't remember what that's called. It's the term when plants tend to grow in certain spots, because those are the spots where the dirt is disturbed the least. I can't remember what that's called. I'm not going to talk about the fact that there's snakes and centipedes and scorpions swirling all over the place.
These enemies defy all reason.
They're bugs, Cormac. They're bugs. Although, in fairness, they're shooting smaller bugs at us, so I guess maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I didn't mean that as a dig, Yura. It's just, you legitimately reminded me that I planned to give this a brickwork positive, and here we are. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. One of the only inconsistent hurt boxes in the game is those goddamn bugs. I'll try to demonstrate. There, like that. Did you see how that one hit me right there? You probably didn't because I was sitting on a frickin' leg spot while I did it. But it effectively went by my head and then hit me. Now I know that because I've played this game before. By the way, did I mention that these exact enemies were much worse in vanilla? Like, these were a barrier in vanilla, back before they did the retooling of abilities and whatnot. In some cases, you'd see these and you just wouldn't fight them. They were just absolutely not worth the time or effort. Because those things will straight up one-shot you. Not on Inferno, just in general. Way overtuned. There's another example of the hitbox problem. Yeah. Definitely don't want to be right in front of him. Oh yeah, we haven't actually seen any chained links yet. I'm actually surprised by that. We have seen Arcane, which is one of the other people don't particularly care for arcane enemies, type enemies. I like this trail of goop that they're just leaving everywhere. I can take some of these hits. Arcane are the ones that drop the bright violet pink things on the ground that go and like rotate around like a clock hand. And they do an absolutely insane amount of damage if they successfully hit you with it.
I like to think the world is safer now.
Of course we get a helmet. Yeah, the arcane enemies are so bad, they ported them once into WoW, and I do mean once, and never did it again. It's in Warlords, I'll point it out when we get there. Months from now. You're a fun boy. Ooh, okay. Cormac, could you do your job really quick, please? Yep, that's right. I have become what I hate. I am a Diablo 1 ranged mob. No, the player's just like, would you stop running? And then he dies.
My training has paid off.
Meh. Come with me. Yeah, if you ever wonder why I was so irritated by those enemies, that's why! Okay, what do we got here?
Blinded by sweat.
Yeah, that's why you need a headband, buddy. Seriously, one of the best investments I ever got when I started doing any kind of physical work. Sweatband. Keeping sweat out of your eyes is so helpful. I can't even put it into words. Oh, whatever. We'll start doing fire damage. Fire damage is cool. Hey, we have bolus now. Show that off in a minute. Starting to get there. Took us to level 11, but we're starting to get to the point where our class doesn't suck. We're not quite there yet. I'm actually thinking about turning the difficulty down another notch. Sand just creeping up the rock in certain patterns.
Bleed, you filth!
It looks like 11 is when we get our first real AoE. Bolus have the... So what a bolus does is you put it on someone, and then a couple seconds later it explodes.
Satisfying.
So, and now we have Chakram, which is our other spender. We'll go ahead and put this over here just so you can see it. Caltrops, don't care. Chakram looks like that. It may look familiar if you've ever played a paladin before.
The Valrus manuscript lists Asmodan as the best battlefield commander of all demons, having defeated the angels many times in the eternal conflict across Pandemonium and the prime evils in the demonic civil war. If the Lord of Sin ever assaults our realm, we truly have much to fear.
Nah. We'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. I got a feeling. Grim Dawn? Hang on, let me give you my in-depth, complicated opinion on Grim Dawn. Give me just 1 second here. Grim Dawn. Let's see. Apparently, Grim Dawn is an apocalyptic fantasy world where humanity is on the brink of extinction. Iron is valued above gold, and trust is hard-earned. It also came out in 2016, apparently. I actually have heard of Grim Dawn, but literally heard of is all I've got. It's something Pax and I were debating going through someday.
There's something odd about those guards.
Yeah, they're pretty sus.
Captain of the Guard, you are hereby ordered to send a band of your most loyal men to secure the Kasim outpost. Control of the city hangs by a thread. The commoners are becoming restless, and it is imperative that we subdue them. Remain vigilant, for there may already be an outsider within our borders looking to stir up trouble.
What, you mean like this? This is actually an option that I have turned on, because I like the zoom in.
I need to reach Alcarnus. Please open the gate.
You must be mad. But if you're intent on rushing headlong to your death, talk to Captain David down in the command post. He's got the gate key.
Here you are, delivered unto me as a sacrifice, a gift from Lord Belial.
Really, Magda? Or did Belial send you here as bait to lure me away from Caldium? I will kill you, you know.
No! He would never betray me!
Yeah, the Lord of Lies would never betray you, you freaking moron.
Magda. The truth is, you were dead the minute you killed Kane.
These 17 demons are Belial's favored servants, and he has granted them some of his skill in cunning and illusion. Deceivers will cloak themselves in the familiar forms of their enemies' companions and friends, waiting to strike when the moment is opportune. It is only then that their true forms are revealed.
So, we get pretty vague explanations, Crazy Horse.
That's another one.
Nephilim are literally complete people in the mythos, in the fabric of the setting. Whereas demons and angels both are not. They are both partial people. So to put this into base mythos concept, you have the creator being. Creator being splits into two, evil and good. They're like, rah, they kill each other. And now we have demons and angels. And they're like, rah. But then we decide to take demons and take angels, combine them into one, and we have complete being again. That's the logic.
Not a moment too soon. They plan to sacrifice us to Belial. Iron Wolves, take back the town!
We've been discovered.
I don't want to give away too much, but let's just say that Magda has a larger role in the rewrite than she does here. We'll leave it at that. Because she felt like an interesting character. And more to the point, they position her as if she's going to be a fairly major part of the plot, and then completely replace her with another character for effectively no good reason later on. Oh yeah, these guys are totally frickin' Nothrezim. You have discovered me! Oh.
I require aid!
The Imperial Guard was infiltrated by demons? Or are they all demons?
Do you want me to answer you?
The demons came disguised as members of the Imperial Guard. They control our minds, train them to create their illusions.
I wonder what happened to my son.
Once again, do you want me to answer you?
Has Magda reached Alcarnus?
Yes, we've heard rumors of a horrible slaughter there.
Then I cannot delay any longer. Open the gate.
Excellent.
Kane's death will soon be avenged.
You know, I hate to keep making fun of how dumb of an idea it was to kill Kane. No, that's not true. It was a really dumb idea. You'll notice how a large portion of the beginning of Act 2 is all about, we must avenge Kane. We must. And that's true no matter what class you are. Like, she sounds a little bit, I am the knight, because we're playing a demon hunter. But trust me, they all do that. Every single character is like, we must do everything in our power. We must beeline Magda. And that will avenge Kane, which is very important to us for some reason. We knew him for an afternoon, and, like, look, we fell in love with his goat accent. I don't know. Because the problem here, and this is the problem, so I'll tell you exactly why they do this. They do this because they assume the player cares about Kane. But the problem is, the character has no reason to care about Kane, or at least very little reason to care about Kane. And it's like, I hate to keep saying this because, you know, the question is always, well, how do we kill Kane and still make it work? But every time I think about that question, I keep coming back to the core idea. You don't. Killing Kane doesn't really accomplish anything in the narrative. It doesn't really do anything for any of the characters in the narrative. Like, it's not part of Leah's arc. It doesn't inform the plot. It doesn't matter to us. Like, this whole we need revenge thing could effortlessly be replaced by, we're here to kill an evil cultist who's torturing and killing the locals. We don't need to be on a revenge bend to be going after Magda. Right? It's literally purposeless to kill him off. Ooh, Evasive Fire. That's a good one. But, you know, that's evasive fire. This is the shotgun. It's exactly what it sounds like. And as you can see, if you do it in melee, you actually get a backflip out of it. I did, actually, Yura. Hurt my eyes. Just a bit. And yeah, Gavitar is a perfectly good idea. We could have literally just said, alright, Kane, stay in Tristram. You're a little old. You're a little feeble. Maybe you should just chill now that it's safe, now that we have cleansed Tristram. And, you know, Tyrael is no longer causing the apocalypse. Stay here. It's cool. And we good, right? And then we go after the crazed evil cultist because she's a crazed evil cultist. And then she joins the party because that would make more sense. I'm getting off topic. The point being, several of the narrative beats here are just, huh? Let's go ahead and actually put that here. There we go. Now we have Fan of Knives. Woo. And yes, Blood Vengeance. So that's Fan of Knives. You notice how we all of a sudden have like 4 AoEs. So there's what that looks like, by the way. This may seem irritating, and it could seem to be, but properly set up, this is actually very useful for kiting. Especially if you're using like a trap build or a turret build, or anything that, like, you know, puts crap on the ground from the walkover while you're doing this. We're finally getting into a little bit of viscerality. We're not actually there yet. Demon Hunter gets much cooler later. Demon Hunter also benefits from weaving better than most classes do. Or maybe it's more that Demon Hunter requires weaving more than most classes do. I'm not sure which it is. I did know that, Yura. Although I've obviously never done it myself. Oh, hang on. Oh. Hey, Permeus. I agree, the easiest class to start with is probably Witch Doctor. But the overall best designed class is probably the Wizard. I could easily recommend one of those two. Honestly, it's kind of hard to recommend a single class in D3. Don't play Demon Hunter isn't even really that valid, because while Demon Hunter has some issues early on, since you'll be playing it normally, you'll notice...
No respite between here and Alcarnus. The sands are thick with demons.
I haven't heard better news all day.
You'll notice that one of the biggest reasons we're having issues with Demon Hunter is we, sort of completely bugged the game out to be able to start a Demon Hunter at level 1 in Act 2. A Demon Hunter level 1 in Act 1, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to pay a pet class, Witch Doctor is right up your alley. Seriously. Necro can do some very fun stuff, but it's not as much of a pet class, ironically. I agree with Gavitor, though. Play each of them a little bit. Just till about level 10. It really shouldn't take you that long to hit level 10. Especially if you crank the difficulty up. Like, we're level 14 and I'm on the first quest of Act 2, for God's sakes. Doesn't take a minute.
Fight me!
So anyways. We're gonna go to lunch.
Diablo was the youngest of the prime evils, but I found him the most dangerous, for his power over terror left him incapable of feeling fear. Though he had easily possessed and corrupted many humans, Diablo's essence was finally trapped in a soul stone and banished to the unfathomable abyss 20 years ago.
Damn. I'm gonna go to lunch break as soon as I kill this guy. Yeah, did you know Diablo is like so dreamy? Like, I hope they never stop having him be in these games for no goddamn reason. He's the best! Best! Because he's on the cover. I'll be back after lunch.